Well, the city thinks it's 9.
Well, you think they're right, though?
Well, the atomic clock says no, but
Well, you have to tell them about it.
9 o'clock.
It's 9 o'clock.
Well, sure. Heather's here.
The Kerr County Commissioners Court will come to order. It is Monday, August the 24th, 9 o'clock in the morning, and the Commissioners Court will be in session, and the prayer and the pledge will be led by Commissioner Harris. If you would, please rise.
Lord, thank you for the beautiful day you provided us. Thank you for putting us here in the hill country. We want to look out for our students that are going back to school, K through 12 this week, and the ones that went last week in Ingram. Be with the teachers as they fight unusual circumstances to educate our children. Please keep them safe and in your thoughts. And please watch over our first responders that are dealing with unusual times. And again, we thank you for all you provide. Please give us a little rain in the near future. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, be seated. This part of the agenda is where we solicit public input. Anyone that would like to address the court may do so at this time, as long as it is not a topic on our agenda. If it's a topic on the agenda, we ask that you wait and address us at the time that topic is addressed. So with that, do we have, and by the way, we do have my phone here that you can call in. The number is 830-792-6161. Any public input? Okay, with that, let's go to commissioner comments.
We're going to start with me.
Precinct 1.
Precinct 1. Not a whole lot to report. People that are watching the power lines go up on 16 South, that's coming along. Anybody seen that? Wondered what was going on? It's LCRA and they're putting in new power lines, and so that project seems to be coming along. And we actually, believe it or not, you guys always think I'm lying, but I had a little tiny bit of rain the other day, so it didn't last long. But
You drink, don't you?
What?
You drink, don't you?
Do not. So there's not much going on in precinct 1, and no fires lately. So
Good. Good. Precinct 2.
Yes.
Precinct 3.
Got a little bit more rain than you. We had, I think the eastern part of the precinct ended up with about a tenth of an inch, plus or minus, maybe a little bit more, a little bit less, depending where you were. But that was good. Very nice service yesterday for Dr. Dittmar. Very well attended. And with what Mr. Harris said, as Karen told me this morning, it's the first time in about 6 months that we have both boys at school. So, so maybe things are getting back to normal, hopefully. Hopefully they all stay safe. That's it.
Okay. Precinct 4.
Well, Ingram School started last Monday, and I talked to Bobby Tiflin, the superintendent, this morning, and he said all is well. It went smooth. And I went to a volleyball game last Friday night, and Ingram girls looked tough. They're state ranked. I don't know exactly where, but looked good, so it was fun.
Good. Countywide, I think y'all knew that I was meeting with the Texas Indigent Defense Commission Friday. And there were 10 applicants for that Regional Public Defender's Office grant. They agreed to award 5. We were rated number 1. And we were unanimously approved for a $2.5 million grant for the 5-county project. But it still has to go full commission. We've got one more vote.
well, with that kind of,
We're confident.
you got some momentum.
We do. We feel good.
It's superb.
Okay, with that, I think this is the Dub and Judge show here. We got to do 1.1 on the agenda is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the update, facility use, and other matters related to our COVID-19 crisis. Dub Thomas.
Morning, Commissioners. Y'all have a good weekend.
Good.
Okay, the report for the last 2 weeks, we're now doing this on the regular Commissioners report meetings. Basically, we're just going to go back over the numbers again. The numbers that we posted on Friday. Total tested today by Peterson is 4,496. Texas Military Forces testing, K-12 nursing homes, where we've done 675 folks at one time. Kerr tests were 782, total tests were 6,765. And we've had 431 COVID positive cases occur. 3 of those cases came on, were reported on Friday. 2 people were hospitalized as of Friday. Over the weekend, we did have, we added 2 more fatalities to our number. One was added on Friday, and when I was preparing this report for today, yesterday evening, I noticed that number 9 had been posted on the DSHS website.
Deb, it's interesting to note the number of positive versus those tested. It's constant at 6%. Every single week it stays about 6%, right?
I'm hoping that starts to drop because we're starting to see, we're only getting like 1, 2, or 3 cases a day rather than 5, 10, or 15 cases a day. So we're hoping that number will gradually drop. Our active and recovered statistics, total active cases on Friday were 17. Of course, now over the weekend, that has been posted for DSHS, particularly not for region A anyway. Those are the numbers that I used. Total recovered cases are 422, and again, we had 9 total fatalities. The age data, it's starting to see the age bracket of 75 to 79 and 80 plus is starting to creep up. We did have one case last week where an infant that was less than 1 year old was tested COVID positive. Again, our primary age group is from 20 to 60. Pretty much all the working class for Kerr County is testing COVID positive. So, again, I think those numbers are starting to drop. We're seeing, like I said, 2, 3, sometimes 1 case a day. Hopefully that's starting to level out and we'll stay at that rate. And maybe I'd like to see some zeros for a change. We are doing COVID testing today at the Youth Event Center from 8 to 4. It's the curated test, the cheek swab. No appointment is needed and no doctor referrals needed either. So anybody can show up between 8 and 4 and get tested.
In about 24-hour turnaround or something like that?
24 to 48, they'll either notify you via text or email or both.
Okay, that what we expected, right?
Yes, sir.
Gradually better,
Gradually better.
but gradually.
Gradually. And as long as I think as long as we continue to practice what the Center for Disease Control and Department of State Health Services recommend, mask, social distancing, and personal hygiene, I think we'll eventually have this well.
And I think that's especially true over the next few weeks, now that we've put in the other schools have started now.
Right.
And with the 14-day incubation period, we should know probably in 2 or 3 weeks if we're going to have another blow-up. And if we don't, then that's really, really good news, and we can look forward to that.
Well, I'm curious. I keep watching the death rates, and since about the 20th of July, the death rate goes up, up, up. It'll come down a little bit, go back up. There's not a day that I've seen that we haven't had as many or twice as many or 3 times as many deaths in the state of Texas as we had before the mask mandate. And I've not seen anybody address that, look at the numbers, talk about it. They talk about positive cases and that's it. So what are we to make of that, you think?
I'll have an explanation for you, Harley. I don't have an explanation.
And like 104 people this morning when I checked it.
Mhm.
We've had days where we had as many as 675 people. That we thought was because of people coming across the border. But every day since the mask mandate, that 14-day incubation period from the 5th to the 20th, the death rate has gone up in the state of Texas. It has occasionally dipped down to pre-mask levels, but it stays twice as many, 3 times as many, 4 times as many, and all the emphasis is on positive cases instead of the death rate. I thought we were trying to avoid the death rate, so nobody talks about it. It's clearly in the numbers if you look at the stats. want to point that out to everybody. It's being ignored by the governor and everybody else.
That along with the cases that are in the hospital, you know, that along with
Yes.
those two.
Those are the two we're concerned
Yeah,
with.
exactly. And how many we have in the hospital right
We
now?
had two. That's Friday. I don't know what
Yeah.
this.
And that's down, that's great.
We got down to 0 first part of last week.
Yeah, we were down to
And then
0 for
bumped
1
up
or
to
2
2.
days, and then we picked up 1 or 2. I think we have, the highest we had, I believe, was 7 at one time.
Okay.
You know, speaking of which, for those of you that did not see, it was live streamed, Bob Ditmar's funeral yesterday from Youth Event Center. It was remarkable the way they were able to socially distance people by groups and families. And people did wear masks and filled up the whole main hall, one of the rooms. And I understand we had 200 that were live streaming the thing. But all of the preventative measures that have been recommended were complied with, which is pretty remarkable.
And on that note, just hats off to Jake for figuring out how to position chairs to keep people separated in small groups. And I don't know where that guidance came from, but he just figured it out. But it was very well done from the standpoint of how you place the chairs. And
Well, I saw those Parks and Wildlife troopers. I think they had something to do with organizing that event.
Probably.
That's doing quite well.
Well, that was their third in a row. They
Yeah.
had one Friday, Saturday, and then
Yeah.
yesterday.
Okay, thank you, Doug.
Yes, sir. Thank you all.
Let's go on to my part of the show. 1.2, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the local state of disaster due to a public health and economic emergency proclamation that I signed on March the 24th, and we extended until terminated by order of this court on March the 30th. I don't think anybody's ready to terminate that order, are they? Okay, so with that, let's go on to 1.3. Recognize Blake Mills from Centerpoint FFA for being elected the new Texas State FFA President for 2020-2021.
If I can start off, I want to get Blake in here because this is an extremely prestigious honor. There's over 140,000 FFA members in Texas, okay? Right at that, it'll be more this year. That was last year's numbers. There's over 1,100 schools that have an FFA program. And for him to lead an organization, be voted president to lead such a large, well-organized group, it's incredible to come from Kerr County. I'm extremely pleased to see this. And I will throw out some other things too. This doesn't happen by accident. He's a smart young man, but he also, his ag teachers had something to do with it. Morgan Meyer and Ryan Balzer. You got to have that support. If you don't have good ag teachers, you just die on the vine. So everything was laid out, and of course, a lot of hard work on this young man. I've been following him for 4 years now. He's I know you're not going to brag, but I'm going to make you brag. Entomology, didn't y'all win that state?
My junior year, we were fourth in entomology.
Okay.
And then for quiz, we were fourth my junior year, and then we were state champions.
Which is incredible out of all these 1,100 chapters and stuff. So I'm going to turn it over to you. Will you tell us a little bit about what you've been through or what's coming up?
Yes, sir. I want to first thank you for having me here and for your kind words. But like Mr. Harris had said, I've just been recently elected as the Texas FFA state president. I had, in July, I had gone under a rigorous process in Georgetown, Texas to be elected to this team. There are 12 people that are elected each year to the state officer team, depending on 12 areas of Texas. But the top 2 are elected due to for a year of college. Thankfully, my teammate, Emily Sanderson from the Blackball FFA chapter, married 2. And I will be, typically, years past, we would be traveling the state 3 schools a day, 5 days a week. But unfortunately, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we will be doing that from a virtual platform this year, as of right now. But through that rigorous process, I was elected, and my duties as Texas FFA president, I've been on the executive board. I conduct and preside over meetings for Texas FFA, and we're simply developing leadership curriculum for students across the state. Like Mr. Harris had said, there are about 140,000 students. but understanding that right now teachers and students are facing a critical time, and there's a make it or break it for a lot of chapters. And so this year may look a little bit different for a tribal team, but I'm excited for this challenge. You may wonder what FFA is, and I know there's a lot of people that don't know, but it's students that take agricultural education courses through the Agriculture, Food, and Natural Resources Career Cluster, which is career and technical education. This is the largest student organization in the state. And so this is an incredible honor for me to represent not only the state, but Kerr County and Center Point. And so FFA's mission is to develop students through career leadership, personal growth, and career success. And it's more important than ever since my generation is 1 year removed from production agriculture. Whether students want to pursue agriculture or not as their career, it's more important that they understand agricultural literacy. And so one of my things that I value as an FFA officer in this next year that I can move forward is that every student has a position in FFA. Like literally everyone has the opportunity to wear this jacket. Whether you're from an agricultural background or not, whether you're from the suburbs of Dallas or simply just a small community of Ingram and Center Point, you can have a position and you can develop as a leader and really do some incredible things. And so I really thank y'all for having me here today.
Well, Blake, one other thing I'd like you to expand on is, it used to be Future Farmers of America. Now what is it?
It's now the National FFA organization, and that's because in 1988, the Reflecting Diversity of this organization was just not farmers anymore. We're really developing students. We're making the most well-rounded students possible. Like I said, you don't have to pursue an agricultural career, but it's more important than ever that we make those more versatile students that really develop career leadership, personal growth, and career success. And it's my belief that there's no better place than the FFA for that.
How long have you been an FFA?
Well, I've been in FFA for like active membership for Texas FFA for 5 years since the 8th grade, but unique to Texas FFA is junior membership. And so students in FFA, can, when they're 8 years old or in 3rd grade, they can participate in major livestock shows.
Okay.
Maybe in my briefcase. On the sofa. We've got a certificate for you, but I've misplaced it. Don't leave. My boss is looking for it in my office. I think it's in my briefcase.
Congratulations, Blake.
Yeah.
You want to give him up here?
You gonna come up here?
Yeah, I'm gonna bring him up here.
Okay.
Would you need to put my mask on?
Yeah.
So, nah, come on.
There he is.
I don't know if it's politically correct, or should we shake hands or not? It's gonna be in the paper probably.
Own choice.
Why don't we do fist bumps? I think that's, congratulations.
I'm good.
Okay, good.
Very good.
Good.
Great. Okay, let me sign this and.
Fresh ink.
Blake, do you know when the last time Kerr County had the president?
Oh, never,
Never before?
never. That's an easy one. I've had a lot of mighty good students come through, but it's a tough deal to get to that point.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good job, Blake.
I think from my particular area, there's been 3 or 4 witches areas that have been.
Sure.
The hill
No, we've had some.
Very excited.
And he forgoes his senior year, his first year of college, and maybe even more depending on if he runs for national office. So, 1 in 6 FFA members are from Texas nationally.
Wow. Wow.
Okay,
Anyway, thank you.
I'm gonna make a motion that we pass the resolution that I just handed to Blake.
I'll second it.
Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Congratulations. Thank you very much for representing Kerr County.
Thank you very much.
Okay, item 1.4, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to request a place and memorial bench for Bob Ditmar at Hill Country Youth Event Center. Ms. Vick.
I'm Christy Vick, and I'm representing a lot of friends and family of Bob Ditmar, who, you know, tragically passed away on August 8th. And there's a lot of organizations that he was a part of, a Most of them had to do with the Agborn, or now the Youth Event Center. And there's several organizations that the family has provided for money to be donated to, but as friends and family, we're requesting a more permanent donation, like we'd like to place a bench in his honor at the youth ranch. It would all be placed and funded by his friends and family. It would look something like this. It could be movable, which then they would be allowed to move it from outside inside underneath the windows or on any occasion, or we can make it stationary, so it's not movable, whichever the court prefers. But we would like, as his children, his grandkids are still very active at the ag barn, showing animals, and we'd like in some way to make some kind of permanent memorial to him and all his years of service. He served as president, He also served on the Kerr County Farm Bureau and FFA, and all many organizations that were held there at the ag barn.
I'll move for approval.
I second.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Letts and seconded by Commissioner Harris to approve the memorial for Bob Dittmar at the Hill Country Youth Event Center. Is there any other discussion?
It's only comment, Vicki, Christie, I think. I'd get with our maintenance department and check Williamson as to the location,
Okay.
place it. And I would recommend a permanent location.
Okay.
I support Bob Dittmar, did a lot for the county. I think 20-some years ago, he was my vet, so until he went on to other things. But I think, we'll put it on the agenda in the future. I think we need to have a policy with which we do this rather than just catch as catch can. I think this is a unique application though, so I think we need to think about it because there'll be other people coming with other things, but that's a separate agenda item in the future. So, but I support it.
Okay. Any other comments?
No, always.
Well, I think everybody knows how I feel about Bob Dittmar. Great man, great family. Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
1.5, Larry Bacasio.
Good morning.
Yes, sir.
I come bearing a gift.
And money?
Remember the big checks? I have to tell y'all, this is my first trip out of Austin since March 13th.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So,
Well, welcome. Welcome to
Yeah,
Kirkland.
you
It
chose
felt
us.
wonderful driving out the highway today. So, here I am. I'll be brief. It says, Kerr County earned Safety Achievement Award from TAC Risk Management Pool. Kerr County has earned a 2019 Safety Achievement Award from the Texas Association of Counties for its record of commitment to safety in the workplace, as well as for controlling the county's workers' compensation claims. Through its commitment to safe practices among county employees, Kerr County works to reduce employee injuries and obtain substantial savings for taxpayers by minimizing workers' compensation costs. We can add this to the, I don't know how many are hanging out there on the wall, but
Bunch.
there's a bunch.
And we're proud of each and every one of them.
And we kind of redid the awards, so
Very
deal.
nice. Good.
with you.
Very good.
I think it's important for the public to know that we've won this award every year that I can remember in recent years.
It has been, Judge. It's been, I've lost count, to be honest with you. I really have. If I have a county that calls me and asks for something regarding road and bridge, I refer them to Kelly. That's my number one call. She has always been there, and we got a great administrator out there, so keep her happy.
We're very much aware of that, and we appreciate all she does.
Thank y'all for doing what you do and keep doing it. This would have actually been presented at the county management in Galveston, but as we all know, I was sitting at home watching the four walls close in. Once again, it was a pleasure being here. Who should I leave it with?
Jody, the boss.
Larry, how many families get this award?
Only 5 this year got that.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Out of
Out of our
254.
territory, out of Victor's and my territory.
Okay.
So, yeah.
But out of the state, how many?
I think we had maybe 20 total.
Oh, okay, good.
So,
Wow.
what's that?
We're well into the
Top
top 10%.
4%.
Yeah.
And for the public, while this is important to them, is that this keeps our insurance rates low.
Absolutely.
Saves just a lot of money.
Workers' comp is just like auto liability. You know, the more you use it, the more it costs. So,
Well, we love the savings, but we really love having our workers safe and unharmed.
that's it. That's absolutely it. Once again,
Thank you.
thank y'all.
Good to see
Thank you,
you.
Larry.
You're welcome.
Item 1.6, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on a request for county funding for nonprofit outpatient substance abuse and treatment for Hill Country Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse. Jeffrey Elliott.
Your Honor, Commissioners, thank you for having me. I could easily go through and rattle off vital statistics about our agency. Mike, how much you on the mic, okay?
You can take
You can take your mask off to speak.
All right. So I can rattle off vital statistics about the Hill Country Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse, which has been operating in Kerr County since 1991, since 1992 as a 501c3 nonprofit. I know that the commissioners are aware of the services we provide. I know the next item on the agenda, so I haven't seen the paperwork got to you on that. What doesn't show up on that is that over the last 5 fiscal years, we've served 449 outpatient clients, of whom 71% were from Kerr County, and 55% have been funded from a DSHS fee-for-service contract. Now, I got an email mid of last month saying, as you know, your contract is not being renewed. It seems to have gotten swallowed up by COVID. Unfortunately, the need that it has been addressing is not diminished and looks actually like it's going to be increasing. We've seen reports from the CDC and other places that substance use and substance abuse are on the increase owing to prevailing stressors. This is something that we've seen happen time and time again, spiked after 2008 as well due to the economic downturn. So, we're losing access to that contract. It has provided $40,000 to $45,000 a year in revenue for us, approximately 18% of our operating costs. It's rather substantial blow to lose that, particularly as we're seeing more referrals come in from local probation, including Kerr County, and unfortunately from the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services. Those clients are funded from a separate pool, and that part's all right. What I'm worried about are the estimated 40 clients per year from Kerr County who would be receiving services from the lapsing contract and who now would either have to go to San Antonio for treatment, which is not accessible for many of them. I have a number of clients who walk to our facility to do their appointments with us or have to arrange for rides. Or they get to try to do telehealth, which, given the topography and access and limited access to high-speed internet, is something that's also not really accessible for them. These are people who, if they can't complete a course of outpatient substance abuse treatment, may find their probation revoked, and then they have to go back to jail, which takes them out of the community, out of the workforce that many of them are participating in, sometimes with 2 and 3 different jobs. So, What I am hoping to get from the county is a sum of $32,000 for the coming fiscal year. And I have the math to talk about why, again, 40 clients we'd expect for about a 16-week course of treatment and asking for $50 a week during their treatment, which is less than we ask from the state, but the state generally has a larger funding pool to pull from as well. This would mean that one outpatient completing the program would run up about $800 to the county, as opposed to a conservative estimate close to $5,500 that it would take to reincarcerate them. That's based on comptroller's numbers from the previous year. So, during the time they'd be with us and on that funding, they would still be out in the community, out working as plumbers and HVAC technicians and automotive mechanics and wait staff and bank tellers and grocery store cashiers and a number of other services. Again, sometimes it's 2 or 3 different jobs. They would be keeping themselves local. They wouldn't be having to go down I-10 to the closest state-funded treatment facility. And this is per a phone call from DSHS last week, which again is San Antonio. They'd have to go to San Antonio to get that, which again for many of them is not workable. So that's the basic idea would be to that. If commissioners are willing to extend that funding, I will of course be immensely grateful and happy to discuss details of that probably in a different venue than this where we can sit down and crunch numbers and get a
Well, my question, Mr. Elliott, is this primarily for counseling?
It is substance abuse treatment counseling, yes.
What's the treatment part?
It is, the counseling is itself the treatment. They work through, work through a 16-week program primarily through motivational talk and cognitive behavioral therapies administered by 2 licensed chemical dependency counselors.
And this is required, this is part of a requirement when they go through the court system?
For many of the clients, it is a probation requirement, and that's actually the bulk of referrals that we've gotten that have been on that contract. We, unfortunately, given the nature of the work, we do get referrals from a number of sources. CDS is the next largest one after the local courts. Excuse me, and they, again, as with them, they face substantial legal proceedings if they don't complete it. It's usually for either deferred adjudication or coming out of incarceration and trying to make sure that they get straight and stay straight, don't relapse and don't run into the same trouble that landed in the courts to begin with.
So they're on probation. This is a condition of their probation?
For many of them. Not
so
all
what, like you said, there are 40 out of Kerr County. What percentage of those are on probation?
We would expect about 36 of every out of those 40, so about 36%.
36%, about a third.
Yes, sir.
Are on probation.
Yes, sir.
So you said you didn't get a notification of funding because of COVID? How that system worked?
We got the notification that the contract is ending, that it is not being renewed.
But you said that was because of COVID.
The notices that normally precede a, hey, you should renew your contract now seem to have been lost in that. I didn't. Previous practice and under my predecessor at the agency, the contract management had emailed and said, hey, your contract is about to lapse, you need to put in the renewal paperwork. That seems somehow to have gotten lost, and because I'm very new in the position, I don't know if they just lost track.
That's kind of a major thing to let fall through the crack.
That is, yes.
Hmm.
If I may interrupt, I think that the probationers pay for the courses themselves.
What's
Yes.
that?
I
Yes, they
believe
do.
that the probationers pay for the treatment through their probation department themselves as part of their court orders when they're placed on probation.
Say that again.
Probationers are required to pay for courses that they have to take as adult probationers, and oftentimes this is one of them. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that they are required to pay for this type of treatment.
So the courts pay for it?
No, the court orders them,
The person.
the probationers
The
pay for it.
defendants who are placed on probation.
Oh, the required
often
them
have
to,
to pay
okay,
for
I got you.
the classes that they have to go through,
I see, okay.
as well as probation fees.
So you're asking the county to pay for $800 for each one of these 40 people?
Yes, sir.
And so another question is, why now? I mean, maybe it's because you just realized it fell through the crack, but we've been through this, with a lot of other not-for-profits and things like this that came to the Commissioner's Court asking for help. And we've already, we're a long way down the road on our budget for next year. So it's kind of late in getting here.
I understand that, sir. I brought it up as soon as I became aware of it and
Wow.
was conclusively told by the state that no further assistance from them would be forthcoming. I spent several weeks arguing with Austin to try and get it reinstated.
Because they're not going to fund you just because you were late.
That was their opinion on it, sir.
So if the probationers from Kerr County pay for it themselves, what are we being asked to pay for?
The probationers pay for such classes as DWI education and prevention, drug offender education, which are outside of the outpatient treatment program and separate in terms of probation. The actual substance abuse treatment counseling had been something that the state had paid for.
But if that's court-ordered treatment, that doesn't go along with probation?
I'm not sure I understand the question, sir.
Upon being released from jail or whatever, you're required to go to these classes.
Yes, sir.
That sounds like to me that would tie into probation somewhere.
That probation sends them to us, or other sources send them to us. The probation department does not send us money to pay for that. They tell us to put them on state check their financial eligibility and then put them on state contract if they are unable to pay themselves.
So what the county attorney said was that probationers are required to pay for these counseling sessions themselves. There would be a means test, and if they can't pay for them, that's where this funding would come in.
I don't know what it looks like after the means test and who pays for it after that, but when they're required to attend like the DWI education class or alcohol awareness classes, they have to pay for it themselves. So I don't know where the substance abuse treatment counseling, how that's different. But what it sounds like is they could be required to pay for it, but state's been funding it if they can't afford it, and now state's not going to fund it if they can't afford it. And I don't know what that looks like for the probationers or even how the courts order it, but I can only imagine that they would be required to pay for it.
So does this not some way, shape, or form fall under indigent, heading some way?
Well, it sounds like they have to make application to qualify for it to be provided by the state, but now the state's saying they're not going to pay for that.
Are there other entities that provide the service?
There are other entities that provide substance abuse treatment counseling. MHPD is perhaps the big one. Preview counseling is another easily accessible one. However, they will also not have those contracts with the state for the coming fiscal year, and that's, again, what DSHS themselves can be on that.
How does this relate to AA?
We often refer clients to AA as a supplement and as a way to help them maintain their sobriety after their outpatient treatment is done with us. We also do offer individual counseling for persons who want to continue, and we do have a few, usually not those who have been funded by DSHS owing to financial issues. But we do have people who stick with us even after they've completed their court-required course of treatment to help themselves stay clean.
I mean, I don't mean to, it sounds like what you do is very worthwhile, very good, but I don't think it's the county's responsibility to pay for it.
I agree.
Well, I know we don't have the money in this deficit budget that we're working on.
Right.
Yeah. Good luck in the future, but I can't support it.
Watch those deadlines.
Okay?
Well, thank you.
Thank you for your time. Would you like me to stick around for the next part?
Well, the next part is the contract that you sent me, and it's for the Kerr County Court, and that's my court.
Yes, sir.
And I only handle juveniles, mental health patients, and probate cases. So I don't have anyone to send you.
All right.
County Court of Law that handles misdemeanors, or the 2 district courts upstairs that handle felonies, might have somebody to refer to you, but I don't have anything to send.
I understand. Appreciate y'all.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck.
So we'll pass 1.7 and move on to, it's 9:40. We have several timed items at 9:30. So I'm going to ask Commissioner Les to wait. We'll come back to 1.8. We'll go straight to 1.9, which is the Patriot Club. That is, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve a Kerr County proclamation naming August 26th as the Women's Suffrage Day in honor of the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment granting women the right to vote. Yes, sir.
Good morning, I'm Jerry Wolf, I live at 509 North Buckle, and I'm with the Kerr County Patriots Club. We're here this morning to note that this Wednesday, August 26th, marks the 100th anniversary of the certification of the 19th Amendment of our nation's Constitution. This amendment gave women the right to vote. The Patriots Club wholeheartedly supports the Constitution of the United States and encourages the Commissioners Court of Kerr County to represent all of the citizens of Kerr County to officially acknowledge the importance of the 19th Amendment to our county's past, present, and future well-being. We ask you to do this by proclaiming August 26th the 100th anniversary of women's suffrage in Kerr County. And now we are ready to use to read the proclamation.
You got your own announcer, Brenda.
Ms. Hughes is no stranger to this court. Welcome.
I'm taking off my county cabinet
Good, Jerry.
hat and putting on my patriot hat. Good morning, Brenda Hughes, 709 Galbraith Avenue, and on behalf of the Kerr County Patriot Club, I'd like to read this 19th Amendment to you. Whereas the President of the United States has designated August 26th the anniversary date of the certification of the 19th Amendment, which culminated a 72-year nonviolent campaign to extend the right to vote to women as a symbol of the continued fight for equal rights. And whereas the women of the United States have united to assure that these rights and privileges are available to all citizens equally. And whereas the 19th Amendment, which granted women the right to vote, was passed by Congress on June 4th, 1919, and ratified on August 18th, 1920. And whereas women have been a part of the settlement, growth, and success of Kerr County since its founding in 1856, and whereas the women of Kerr County are to be commended and supported in their organizations and activities. Now therefore be it resolved that Commissioners Court of Kerr County, Texas does hereby proclaim August 26, 2020, the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment for women's suffrage in Kerr County. And the Patriot Club is requesting your signature on that proclamation.
Move for approval for proclamation.
Second.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Moser, seconded by Commissioner Harris, to approve the proclamation celebrating the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment. Any other discussion?
Worthy cause.
Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0.
Be sure and vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe we've got you back here on September 12th, right, Mr. Wolf?
Yes, sir, we'll be here.
Patriot Club will have a,
1,000 strong.
yeah. Just social distance.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next timed item at 9:30 is item 1.10, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on a request to use the courthouse grounds on September the 26th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. for the National and Global Day of Prayer and Repentance. Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Jeffers, good to see you again.
Good to see you, sir.
You can take that off, Thomas, while you speak.
Okay. Do have a couple handouts if y'all want them. Just
Sure.
a little information on.
Well, introduce Ms. Rhodes to me. I don't believe I've met her.
I'm sorry, I think I'm wrong.
Okay, good.
Took 35 to count this year, guys.
Good.
We had an awesome time. Thank y'all so much for everything you've done. This is a time to call our nation back together. Rabbi Jonathan Kahn has called this, I guess you might say. There's a lot of the pastors that can afford it. It's going to be in Washington on the 26th. And they're going to be praying there in Washington. And they're asking for churches around the nation to gather at their courthouses and have a gathering and have prayer. And we've opened the floor to pastors if they'd like to share a short message. Just come together. And Jonathan Kahn calls it return. In America, we know it as revival. Scripture, the Old Testament, called it return, but we call it revival. And we're looking to bring revival back in the hearts of people. I adopted 2 little boys, and I would dearly love to give them some kind of America that I grew up with. And very quickly, I feel like losing that. And so we're looking at doing that on the 26th, from 10 to 2, I believe it is there. The prayer time will be 11 to 1, but we need set up time and tear down time, so we've added a little time to that.
I move for approval.
Okay, motion's been made by Commissioner Harris, seconded by Commissioner Baloo, to approve the request to use the courthouse grounds on September 26th for the National and Global Day of Prayer and Repentance. Any other discussion?
Judge, you'll have this stipulation you usually have about COVID and
Yes.
distancing.
What we do on these outside gatherings is I need you to submit a written COVID safety plan.
Okay.
You already have it.
He does on this back
Yes.
page.
Okay?
It's handwritten.
That's good.
Okay,
Okay,
okay.
but that's just customary.
Yes, sir.
It's really, just trying to do what we're supposed to do.
I hear you.
Okay, any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Jeffers.
A couple of questions I was asked to ask is we do have 2 banners we'd like to put up, maybe on the corner, that the issue there, we'll put some banners.
That day?
Yes, that day.
Well, no, actually, we'd like to advertise it a couple weeks in advance.
Is that a separate agenda?
Yeah,
item?
that is a separate agenda item. We just need to put it on the agenda.
Yeah, we do that, but it has to fall under another agenda item.
Okay.
So some of the other logistics that we would like to ask for, does that also go on the separate agenda item? So
Yeah,
the county has chairs, we would like to request chairs, as well as electricity and podium to accommodate this.
We don't have a podium.
Just, yeah, we can do it tag one. Thanks.
What you really need to do is get together with our maintenance director, and
And he's standing out right behind you.
he's the redhead guy right there with his face around the corner, and work out all that, and just come back, and those things are pretty pro forma. But if it's not written into the agenda item, legally we can't act.
Okay.
And not too long ago we got sued because we acted on something that wasn't specific enough. So we're trying to be very careful about that.
Okay, we'll get back on your agenda.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Very good.
Y'all be safe.
Okay, I have another timed item at 9:30, which is 1.11. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to administer the statement of elected, appointed officer, oath of office, and approve bond for Reagan Gibbons as a deputy constable of Precinct 2.
Yes, sir, this is, I believe in our yearly bond that for myself that requires your signature on it.
Okay.
Do we have to do anything?
We have to approve the bond, and then the judge will administer the oath. But
Right.
I'll make a motion that we approve the bond.
I'll second.
Okay. So motion's been made to approve the bond, and I will administer the oath myself. And the motion was made by Commissioner Letts, seconded by Commissioner Baloo. Those in favor, raise your hand. 5-0. Okay, Reagan. Go ahead, step up here. Chair. Okay, if you would raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Reagan Givens,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I have not directly or indirectly
that I have not directly or indirectly
paid,
paid,
offered,
offered,
promised to pay,
promised to pay,
contributed,
contributed,
or promised to contribute
or promised to contribute
any money or thing of value,
any money or thing of value,
or promised any public office or employment
or promised any public office or employment
for the giving or withholding
for the giving or withholding
of a vote at the election
of a vote at the election
at which I was elected,
at which I was elected,
or as a reward
or as a reward
to secure my appointment or confirmation,
to secure my appointment or confirmation,
whichever the case may be.
whichever the case may be.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it, sir.
They're legal again.
That was a statement. Now we can be.
I got one more here, Reagan.
Yeah. That's
Right here.
The guy for public services.
I think it's just approved.
Was on vacation.
So I'll approve the bond and you are legal.
Thank
Thank you.
For him with the load to speak.
Okay,
I got nothing. Just so you know.
let me hurry up and let's go back to 1.8 and try to complete that before we take a morning break. And that'll get us current. And that is, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the recycling trailers.
I'll announce, I talked to the city manager. The city manager says that he is told that Republic is honoring their contract.
Is what?
Is honoring their contract to do the recycling. That's all.
photos worth 1,000 words.
And I mentioned that we have photos that they weren't, and he just said, well, they're doing the best they can, and that he thinks that they're honoring the contract, from what they're telling him.
And the supervisor there, who I tried to speak with, was on vacation this week.
And he said, quit asking me the same question.
Yeah.
That's the third time. we've
Nobody
asked him.
wanted to call me back.
That's the third time we've asked him.
Yeah.
And Shane has photos that show why it's so smooth.
So, those photos are telling 1,000 lies, huh?
No, it doesn't say that they can't separate.
Well, I think our citizens are very adamant about, some of them about recycling, but the ones I've talked to also realize they don't want to be spinning their wheels, collecting all this stuff and stuffing it in recycle trailers, and then it goes in the landfill. And that's, you know, there's no complete assurance, I don't think, that that's not happening.
Well, they've said it 3 times. What other assurance do you want?
Alice in Wonderland, said it 3 times.
Yeah. Yeah. These pictures kind of look the opposite, though.
Doesn't say you can't separate it.
Well, what do you get from it? I'm not sure I understand what I'm supposed to be understanding.
Yeah, go ahead.
These pictures.
Our recycle, we pull in to unload recycle. It's going to be in bay 1 or the side entrance to bay 1. That's where the recycle is not empty at.
So the 2 and 3 mean you're not in the proper bay.
We're not in the proper bay. Now, the guy was going to the bay 1 and the operator loader waiting for 2, 3, that's where you're unloading. So, you know, we can't argue with those guys that we're told to unload, that's where we unload. So that particular day, Wednesday or Thursday, they had to unload the recycle in bay 3, which is always garbage. And there's no, you don't separate it there. There's no separating.
Right.
Once you put it on the ground there, it's going to get pushed up into the garbage.
And Shane has told me that that's not always the case, but does it happen 1 in 4 times, 1 in 3 times, or whatever? I mean, that's the deal.
Well, it could be that it's successful enough, and we know that it is, they can't keep up with it. All of the city of Kerrville recycle. We recycle in the county. Maybe in certain days they can't do it. I mean, I don't know if this is a case for Project Veritas to figure out, or if we can figure it out ourselves, but I've been told something that sounded a little bit different in the past than what we're hearing from the city, but I couldn't verify it this last week.
Right.
And it sounded like this: when they're able to, they do it. When there's a buyer for the recycled stuff, they're able to recycle it. If not, they can't. If you have an overflow, what are you going to do with that? So
We're kind of getting to the point with maintenance that the tail's wagging the dog, because everything's revolving around the recycling of their day is constantly. And even, especially the one there at the facility, at maintenance facility, that's going around the clock virtually. And those are, a lot of them are people in the city that have other access, but it looks like some of the commercial people are bringing stuff by rather than trying to take it to the dump.
Well, when they're bringing a small utility trailer loaded with cardboard, it kind of, I mean, I didn't go ask them, but is that normal household cardboard, or is that some personal operation bringing the cardboard? And I understand they want to
We
look at it.
don't restrict it to household, that I know of.
no, but it's a different grade. It would be a better grade.
I think,
Cardboard's recyclable.
Yeah, but a
do we-
pizza box is not the same as what came off an air conditioner. You know, when you bring it in, it's not nasty.
my point on this is, and it's been the same ever since the start of the program, is that we are largely subsidizing trash pickup for some people that want to recycle or take trash. I mean, I'm not going to get into the, and that's my issue with it, is that it's, to me, we're spending close to, between 30 and 40 hours a month just hauling this one trailer. Is this all the trailers, or is this just that one trailer?
That one that the top sheet is for the Hayes Street location.
So, and that's just for one trailer, we're spending that much time, and I don't think it's an efficient use of our manpower to continue the program.
Well, I think we could separate the variables here. We could take the word, okay, of the city and republic that's recycled. Okay, you just say that that's a given. Then we got the other issue, is it worth county funds to provide material for recycling? Because it does cost us a lot of money. So I think the second thing is the big thing. Do we want to spend the money recycling? That's the issue.
With both, when we move both trailers, I'll have two people tied up for sometimes up to 3.5 hours in the morning, just moving 2 trailers.
Well, my point is, it's expensive. It's a big burden on maintenance to do this. So the question is, do we want to continue the recycling? That's what it amounts to.
Now, the last time we got to this point, though, there was a question about the trailers, and they were bought with grant money, and
Right.
whether we,
And it was through August.
Yep.
Right.
through
Next
this
Monday.
month.
Next
Correct.
Monday.
Correct.
So we're at the point where that
It's
would be the
done?
end.
Okay, it's completed. We completed the obligation.
All done?
Okay.
We haven't been released from the grant yet, but everything was turned in on August 20th for
Yeah.
June.
So
it's
that,
fine for
Okay.
the year.
that's a real issue. Do we want to, and as Commissioner Lett said, I think it's a good point. Do we want to continue doing it? I know probably, I was recycling, probably half of my stuff that I take out of my house is recyclable and half is not. So it's probably about 50%, will go into landfill. But that's if we can't afford it, or if we don't want to pay for it, it's okay.
But we're not
That's
saying
the issue.
people can't recycle, we're saying that the county's not going to pay you to recycle or help subsidize the recycling.
Well, but how would the people outside the city, that's the only place they can recycle is to the trailers?
Take it to the dump.
No.
Well, they're not
No, they don't do
accepting
that.
it.
They accept that anymore.
Yeah, they don't.
You can't take it there. The city said that cost them $60,000 a year So they eliminated taking it to the dump. I mean, put it in recycling containers. So people outside the city just won't be able to recycle. That's what it amounts to. And that's the decision. Or we could pay the city $60,000 a year and they'll put the dumpsters out there for recycling. That's another option. Because I asked the city manager, I says, what does it take to keep the dumpsters there for recycling? He said, it'll cost you $60,000 a year. So that's the.
Well, I'm not sure what's going on, but it sure feels like we're the ones getting dumped on.
Without a doubt.
That's a bad pun, bad pun.
There's the quote for the paper. There it was. So, one thing that hasn't been mentioned in all of this, and I didn't know whether I should or not, but one conversation I had with Mr. Lovelace at Republic Services, he said, we don't really have a contract with the county. Now, Mr. Mosier's mentioned that a lot. Our contract is with the city, not with Republic. But if one of our vehicles pulls up out there, I don't know that they've been told we don't have a contract with the county. I don't know that. That's the kind of stuff I've been trying to find out and get a straight answer on. So that's not the kind of thing that they're going to have a written policy about, or somebody's going to want to tell you that. I don't think. That could be some of it. County thing pulls up, we don't have a contract with them. We're working through the city's contract. Do they tell you to pull over into Bay 2 and 3? I don't know. And I didn't want to bring it up because it just adds another question to this. But the bottom line on it goes back down to the bottom line, which is that we're not required to do this by any state law or anything else. It's costing a lot of money. And if we were to go to the dumpsters, it'd cost twice what it's costing now.
Yes, it is.
Well, we're spending a lot of court time, week after week, beating this same horse to death.
Because nobody wants to say, let's dump this project.
So what do you think it costs, Shane, per year to do the recycling? Trailers, man hours? Do you have a ballpark?
I had last year's figure on man hours, which is a little bit more this year. Last year's man hours, 570 man hours.
570 man hours, 570, that's,
Half of one employee.
huh?
Half of one employee.
So that's $25,000 a year.
That's enough.
So that's a lot less expensive than $60,000 to pay for dumpsters to the city.
Two employees.
Huh?
That would be 2 employees.
Yeah, but he,
Shane,
570 each.
So 1,000 hours?
That was combined two, but it's more, it's gonna be more this year.
so it's still a $500,000.
Right, it's still less than $60,000.
Yeah.
We keep tiptoeing around this thing, and it looks like to me, rather than just continuing to talk about this week after week or every 2 or 3 weeks, why don't we put together a committee to bring us a report and make a recommendation so that we have some direction in which way to go. And they can analyze the cost, they can analyze the efficacy of it. But if we keep putting it on the agenda and we sit here and we just talk about it every couple of weeks and we do nothing, nothing's going to improve. So we need to get off high center. Something needs to happen.
Good idea. There's 3 options, it appears. Continue, get an agreement with the city, and pay the city, get an agreement with Republic, and pay Republic. Those are the 3 options. Continue or don't do it.
Yeah, I think we've got all the data. I don't know if we need a committee, Judge. I mean,
well, who's going to do it?
Well, just a second. Shane said it's
our
about
job.
a half a man year.
It's our job.
I'll wait till you finish.
Sorry.
It's about a half a man year. Let's just assume it's 3/4 of a man year. Okay, so that's, yes, $30,000 a year. Dumpsters are $60,000 a year. So I don't think, that's what it's going to boil down to. So I don't know that we're not ready right now to say, one thing it can say is just discontinue the recycling. We don't have any obligations according to Reagan. So I think we ought to fish or cut bait.
Well, we've reached the end of the reporting period. I
Okay.
don't know when we can
So I'll make a motion that we stop recycling.
I'll second it.
Okay, a motion's been made by Commissioner Moser, seconded by Commissioner Harris to discontinue recycling. Any other discussion?
Yes.
I have a concern. I don't want to stop it until we're released from the grant obligation. We've turned in the final paperwork, but I want a letter that we're
Well,
done.
I was assuming that we were through with that. Okay, I agree.
So you amend to be subject
I'll
to
amend
the
that.
grant
Okay,
approval?
sure.
Okay, and you accept the amendment?
Yes, I do, and I do want to say that I am not convinced that all our good deeds of recycling are being rewarded in what we're doing, and that's the problem.
Well, I'm doing it based on $30,000, $40,000, $30,000 a year.
Right.
Not whether it's being recycled.
No, I'm doing it for another reason, so, but we're coming together and making the motion and seconding it, because I'm not convinced that that stuff is being recycled, from what I'm seeing and hearing.
It goes against my grain to just throw something away that I know could be reused.
Yeah.
That's the way I was raised. My mama said that's a sin to throw away something that could be reused. So,
And I think, Carly, a lot of people in the county believe that. I mean,
Exactly.
really.
So it's a
I
hard
hate to throw
thing.
away all the plastic jugs, and I hate it.
Everybody our age, especially.
Yeah. Newspaper, I hate to throw it away.
But if it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing, and if it's costing us the kind of money it is, and we're not even required to do it, and we're now out of the obligation,
I would like to, I'm in favor of this motion, but I would still think we need to look at talking to Republican, talking to the city and get a hard number. I know you've talked to the city manager, but, you know.
He sent it to us in writing.
So basically, this is a motion to discontinue.
The recycling.
But what I'm also hearing is, there's an interest in exploring a redo if we can make it work.
yeah, sure.
Well, let me hold off the motion until we see if there's some other way to skin this cat.
Well, but
But it looks like we've got all the data.
Wait a minute. That sounds, what's your line, Judge? You're strongly in favor of both sides?
I feel strongly both ways.
Commissioner Les wants to see if there are some other options.
I'm ready to go forward right
No,
now.
we can do that later.
Yeah, to me, the recycle trailers aren't working in my mind. And
So-
they're dangerous, they're taking a lot of man hours, they cost the county a lot of money.
So this
not our
agenda item is on trailers. So the motion stands.
Yeah.
Okay?
I know I've got a lot of people in Hunt that are big on recycling, but they're also big on not wasting their time if it's not being done properly.
And this would give us an opportunity, if we decide to re-enter this realm, to start clean, know exactly where everything is, dot the i's, cross the t's.
Restart the conversation.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Frustrating, but
Yes.
But
necessary.
no committee.
But necessary.
It'll
No committee.
still be misreported, so.
Let's take a break, come back here. Yeah, no. Let's take a break, come back here at 10:15. We have a very long docket, so we're going to try to move quickly through the next few items. Court will come back to order. We have timed items at 10 o'clock. Let's start with 1.15, which is a public hearing for the revision of a plat for Brown Acres, Block 1, Lots 1 and 2. So I convene the public meeting. Is there anyone here that would wish to address the court in this public meeting? None? There being none, then I will adjourn the public meeting and we'll move on to item 1.16. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to approve a revision of plat for Brown Acres, Block 1, Lots 1 and 2. Charlie Hastings.
Thank you. We just held a public hearing. Nobody spoke. This proposal revises the lot line between lots 1 and 2. It does not change lot sizes. Both lots are in floodplain, must meet requirements for development within the floodplain. The county engineer requests the court approve the revision of plat for Brown Acres, Block 1, Lots 1 and 2, Volume 7, page 151, Precinct 4.
I move for approval.
Second.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Harris, seconded by Commissioner Letts to approve the revision of the plat for Brown Acres, Block 1, Lots 1 and 2. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Let's convene another public meeting. This is item 1.17, to abandon and discontinue all of Lang Lane East, approximately 1.02 miles of Precinct 3. I'm convening the public meeting. Would anyone like to address the court? There being no one, then I will adjourn the meeting and we will move on to item 1.18, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to abandon and discontinue all of Lang Lane East, approximately 1.02 miles in Precinct 3. Charlie Hastings.
Thank you. We just held a public hearing. Nobody spoke. Again, to recap, Roger D. Cagle, Cynthia B. Cagle own all of the property that is served by Lang Lane East in Precinct 3, i.e. both sides of the road for the entire length of the road, and have requested that the road be abandoned and discontinued so they can gate it off from the public. A public hearing was just held today, August 24, 2020. According to Texas statutes, the court may order public roads laid out, discontinued, closed, abandoned, vacated, or altered. The statute defines the relevant terms today: abandoned to relinquish the public's right-of-way in and use of the road, and discontinued to discontinue the maintenance of the road. The county engineer recommends that the court consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for this request to abandon and discontinue all of Lang Lane East, approximately 1.02 miles, Precinct 3.
Make a motion that we abandon and discontinue all of Lang Road East, Precinct 3.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Letts, seconded by Commissioner Harris to discontinue use and abandon all of Lang Lane East in Precinct 3.
Was this a county road?
Yes.
So why was it ever a county road?
It used to serve a number of different property owners. The Cagles have purchased all of the properties that adjoin that road.
Oh, I see, okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Move on to 1.19, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to set a public hearing for 10 o'clock a.m. on September the 28th for a revision of plat for Elm Pass Ranch Number 2, lots 21 and 22.
Thank you. This proposal subdivides 2 lots into 4 lots. Lot 21, 9.27 acres, and Lot 22, 19.84 acres, will be revised into Lot 21A, 11.67 acres, and Lot 22A, 6.03 acres. Lot 22B, 5.64 acres, and Lot 22C, 5.72 acres. The property access and frontage, road frontage to all lots will be on Elm Pass 2. The county engineer requests the court set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on September 28, 2020 for a revision of the plat for Elm Pass Ranch Number 2, lots 21 and 22, Volume 3, page 100, Precinct 2.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, the motion's been made by Commissioner Moser, seconded by Commissioner Ballou, to set a public hearing for September the 28th at 10 o'clock for a revision of plat for Elm Pass Road Ranch 2, lots 21 and 22. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Hastings. Moving right along, let's go to item 1.20, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the Commissioners Court to approve the school striping contract with Pavement Markings, Inc. in Donna, Texas for centerline striping on Kerrville Country Drive, Coker Road, Upper Turtle Creek Road, Loma Vuelta Road, Peterson Farm Road, Herman Sons Road, Lane Valley Road, and school crosswalk bars on Skyview Drive, as well as School Lane, and 6 locations on Ranchero Road, and 1 location on Valley View Road. Kelly Hofer.
Hi.
Bunch of striping contracts.
I have before you the proposed pavement markings for this fiscal year. I did get 2 quotes. I know this company that, it's the same company that I'd like to use, that we used last year, but it was requested by the court that I also get an additional quote, and I did, and that quote was $9,979.76 more. So, and it was a company we've used in the past. But the county attorney has reviewed the contract, and I'm just looking for approval.
Is this restriping or new striping?
It is restriping, and there is 1 location on the first 500 feet of Peterson Farm Road that got realigned that is going to be new striping.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Moser, seconded by Commissioner Baloo, to approve the striping contracts with Pavement Markings, Inc. Is there any other discussion?
Question, where's their striping on Lane Valley and Herman Sons?
It's the very beginning, and Herman Sons is after, I think we did the beginning section up to I think the bridge, and then they're going to stripe a little bit past that, and I think to about where that curve is where the burners are at. So.
But that hasn't been striped before, has it?
Some of it has, some of it through the bridge reconstruction, the approaches, and I think the bridge has been striped before, and that was through Textile.
Okay. There being no other discussion, those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0.
Thank you.
One more for you, Ms. Hofer. 1.21, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding vehicle traffic safety in Centerpoint in the proximity of Mosty Lane and 2nd Street. And I do have, Mr. Schultz, I do have your request to speak. You may proceed.
You want to summarize this, Charlie?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Commissioner Moser, with this item on the agenda, Kelly and I are listed on there as well. Let's get back to that information, give you a little history. At the intersection of Mosty Lane and 2nd, we've been looking at that intersection a couple of years ago, and the result of that, because of some special circumstances, was the installation of some speed humps. Those were installed on Mosty Lane and on 2nd to address that intersection. There's some site visibility issues. There's the road is being utilized by the property owners on both sides of the road, and they have warehouses that have been there in existence for decades. They've been operating a landscape business there for a century, maybe. Something like that. And it's a hazard that they noted. People come around that corner, they can't see. They may have a piece of equipment in the road, people are having to throw the brakes on. So they asked, can we put some speed humps in? They've recently contacted us and said, we don't believe that speed humps are effective from the standpoint that folks will either slow down, go over them, and then speed up to make up for lost time, or go around them. That is exactly what they said is happening. You will also find that if you do studies on speed humps, especially in Florida, there was a big push for speed humps everywhere. And about 10, 12 years ago, there was a big push to take them all out because of exactly what I just said. And what they have reported, the same thing has happened. So they've asked, can we come out and look again? They've asked specifically for a multi-way stop at that intersection. State law is going to require that we perform an engineering study. And the first thing we'll do is gather traffic data, which we have traffic counters, I believe, were set on Friday of last week to gather a week's worth of data, and then we'll go from there. So this would be something we would bring back to the court to present the results of the data, present to you what state law says about multi-way stops, when and where and how you can have them, and why, and the data that supports them or that doesn't support them, let you guys make a decision based off of that.
So is there any action we're going to take today?
Today, there wouldn't be, but I think what we would do is when we come back, we would separate the issues. The speed hump issue would be one issue, and the stop signs would be another. Both of them would require public hearings. A public hearing to remove the speed humps, because we have a public hearing to have them installed. We also, in order to have those speed humps installed, we had to get permission from TxDOT to let them know we were doing it, which we did. So we want a nice paper trail to let them know we're having them removed, the reasons why. If we have that public hearing and the board desires to do that. Same thing with stop signs. And it would be two tracks. We can run simultaneously, have the public hearings on the same day, etc.
And this is a safety issue, because Commissioner Letts knows good and well what it's talking about. Essentially, if somebody were driving through there, it looks like the road is through the parking lot in Mosty Nursery. It's, they've got activities on both sides of the road. They've got buildings on both sides of the road. Another option is, there's three options. Number one, remove the speed bumps, which is one out. Number two is put a stop sign at the intersection of 2nd Street and Mosty Lane. And third option is abandon and vacate that portion of the county road through Mosty parking lot, essentially. That's a simple way of saying it. It's a real safety issue.
So where do they go?
Well, somebody coming out of Mosty Lane from the south would then turn on 2nd Street and go through Center Point and then back on Highway 27. So it's an obstacle for that street, and you got to have a public hearing on the thing. But that's another option that I think we need to make sure that's part of the agenda also. So today's for information. Right.
Yes.
But it's been an issue. It's going to be an issue. Continue to be an issue. So
one of the issues is on the road closure side. Is that the closure will impact, any action will impact people beyond the Mosty Nursery.
Right.
Because other people use Mosty Lane to live further down.
But there's
Mosty
about
Lane.
two or three people in there.
3, 4 right now. But anyway,
Yeah.
they need to be taken into consideration
Sure.
as well.
Yeah.
We've been looking at this for at least 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
And there hasn't been a good solution. This is one option that didn't work. Stop signs may be an option if they're possible. Road closure becomes difficult.
Yeah. And I think we'll need to have the maps and the traffic count and all that kind of stuff as part of the public hearing. So we'll set a public hearing, but a lot of data to be there. And the people that live down Mosty Lane need to be here to discuss if we close that road, what it mean to them.
One of them is here.
Huh? Yeah.
I can kind of give everyone just something to expect would be for us to return either at the first or the second meeting in September to request the public hearings. And so the public hearing would probably take place in October if we were to move forward with those. That would be the timeline that we would be on. And then I think the point that the judge is trying to make, and Commissioner Moser, Commissioner Letts, we're making it if Mosty Lane or portion of it was closed, we would need to designate an alternate route.
Okay. So since we're not going to take any action today, Mr. Schultz, you're on the approved to address the court. Would you like to address us?
Sure.
Thank you.
Good morning, Michael Schultz, SHLTS, 552 Mosty Lane. I've lived there my life for 17 years on tract lands and family for about a century next March. And, I don't realize it's early in the process, but generally speaking, I'm in favor of any traffic safety measures, so long as they do not impair the ingress and egress to the residents. Not only on Mosty Lane, but 2nd Street. I know this is coming up with the past, and just wanted to have that voice heard early on. And then if you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to ask. As someone who lives there now, I don't know, maybe that's for the public hearing or what, but.
So could you tell us exactly what is your interest? What is you'd like to see done?
I'm for whatever the engineering guidelines suggest.
As long as you can get to your home.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
That's a fair,
That makes
fair
sense.
request.
So there's no issue getting to his home, it's just the circuitous route. It's more, it's less direct, for sure. Yeah.
How about a sign that says nudist colony ahead? Slow 'em down. Think that'd work?
You know, Michael
traffic
and the other people live on Mosty Lane, it's an issue for them if it were to be closed. The thing with Mosty's is people going around trying to avoid the school zone, okay? So they swing through there, according to Mosty's, at a high speed through their quote parking lot and avoiding the school zone, and then going to the back through to get to the school on the backside. So it's a safety thing, but it's also an issue with Michael and his neighbors. So,
Michael, what difficulties have you seen there since you've been there?
I mean, I do see the site visibility issue there at Second. I do know when you're coming south almost to here and someone is at the stop sign at Second. There's limited visibility, so that is an issue. And quite frankly, if that block were shut down, that issue would still persist. If people were driving on Second, say they get to my house, there's still going to be traffic, trackers and gators and whatever running through there. So the visibility the issue is visibility there at Second and Mosty. So whatever guidelines can address that, I'm all for that.
thanks, Mike.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I thought I saw a Dusty trailer out there.
Yep.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is 1.22. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on an order expressing official intent to reimburse with tax-exempt obligation proceeds for costs associated with constructing, acquiring, and equipping real property and various improvements within the county. We probably ought to talk about that as well as the next item at the same time, which is item 1.23, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on an order by the Commissioners Court of Kerr County, Texas, authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of Kerr County, Texas Limited Tax Refunding Bonds, Series 2020, approving the sale thereof pursuant to a negotiated underwriting, a competitive sale, or a private placement, approving and authorizing the execution of all other instruments and procedures related thereto, delegating authority to the county judge or the county auditor to determine the method of sale, to select outstanding obligations to be refunded and approve all final terms of and other matters relating to the bonds and providing for an immediate effective date. And both of those items relate to the financing of properties that we're talking about purchasing later on the agenda up on Earl Garrett Street. And we've been working with RBC Capital, and Dusty Trailer is here with us today. And I might as well put probably 1.24 because we need to renew your contract. See if we got that on there as 1.24. But all of this is in preparation for what we may or may not decide to do and how to finance it. So I would ask Dusty Trailer if you would address the court. The first thing is, I think we've talked about tax notes, and we put off trying to explain them so that we didn't misstate anything. And maybe the best place for you to start is to talk about a tax note. Yes, you may. And then talk about these resolutions that are necessary if we're going to buy something before the tax notes issue, and how the reimbursement process works with the county.
Well, good morning, everyone. Again, for the record, my name is Dusty Trailer, Managing Director with RBC Capital Markets. The actual projects that you guys might contemplate financing. Tax notes is a financing instrument that is available to counties in Texas. It is a note that has a maximum length for counties to pay back over a term of a 7-year payback period. It's a fairly short instrument, not some lengthy instrument. The tax notice is able to be used to purchase various types of property, equipment, construction, that sort of thing, And it is also allowed to be paid back from the portion of your tax rate that's dedicated solely to items, solely to the portion of interest and savings. So it's not a component of the maintenance and operating tax rate. You guys are contemplating some projects where you may need to move quickly in order to procure property or what have you. One of the items on the agenda this morning is a reimbursement resolution. And by passing that reimbursement resolution, what it will allow you to do is it will allow you to go out and make an acquisition, use your local funds, use funds that are in your general fund or some other fund, before you actually issue the tax. And then it will allow you to then reimburse yourselves with the proceeds of the tax note at a later date. The reimbursement resolution gives you the opportunity to look back for a period of up to 60 days. So we're on August the 24th here. If you have made an acquisition, let's say since June the 24th, 25th, wherever that 60-day falls in there, you could look back and reimburse yourselves back to that date. You can look forward from the day you approve a reimbursement resolution 18 months. So reimbursement resolution will live for quite a while. So it gives you, we think that it is a great tool for issuers to undertake kind of a good belt and suspenders approach. If you're going to, you don't necessarily have your dollar amounts exactly tied in. So why go issue it now and maybe you'll overissue?
So it's a window.
Do what?
It's just basically a window time.
It's a window. It's a
So
window.
it's a 20-month window?
Yeah.
2 months back,
That's
18 months forward?
That's right. And it just gives you greater flexibility so that you're not overissuing or underissuing when it comes time for you to do your financing on properties or equipment, whatever type of acquisition you make.
And we've been talking, this is the Capital Improvement Planning Committee, and the auditor and I have been talking with Dusty about this. And because of the time sensitivity of that resolution, we wanted to bring this matter to the court so all the questions could be answered. He could explain exactly what the process is so that we don't run afoul of one of these time deadlines. And every time we would talk to him, he would ask us, when are y'all planning on doing this? And said, we don't know. But it was time, we felt like, for him to come explain it to the court so that we could make decisions on what we think we need to do.
This is another tool for the tool chest.
Yes, sir.
So once this is set in motion, you pick the start date, then what happens if it were to just run out? Anything happen?
Nothing?
Nothing.
Just done?
It's done.
It just dies.
Sir?
It dies.
It dies.
So
It expires by operation of law.
The incentive, there's no disincentive. The incentive to do it is
To be able to recapture your purchases so that you can then go in and reimburse yourself later.
give you time to figure out what you're.
Exactly.
And we will be discussing some of the reasons that this might be needed in executive session today before making the decisions. Because it has to do with contract negotiations.
Right.
Man, it doesn't, and that's the other part of the reimbursement. It doesn't tie you to any deductions. You don't have to issue it. Later on, say, you know what, we're just gonna roll with it. For projects to materialize, whatever the case may be, you don't have to issue taxes or any other form.
So it's just kind of a legal bookmark. We started here on the calendar. Circle that day.
You can do that.
Okay.
And I think there's two things that we're really talking about here, Dusty. One is the reimbursement resolution, and the other is to we need to authorize Dusty to start looking at being able to issue these tax bonds in the event we make a purchase.
Tax notes.
Tax notes.
Judge, on the first one, then I'll make a motion to approve the order expressing official intent to reimburse with tax-exempt obligation proceeds for costs associated with constructing, acquiring, and equipping real property and various improvements within the county.
I'll second that.
Okay, the motion's been made by Commissioner Letts and seconded by Commissioner Ballou to approve the reimbursement resolution for issuing these types of tax notes. Is there any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Then the second part of this is to actually authorize Dusty to be able to work putting together these tax notes if we decide to take action.
Judge, if I may, this is for the refunding bonds. We have bonds that have a high.
Oh, these are the ones we're refinancing.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go over that briefly.
Sir, the item on your agenda for the refunding bond, and I think we've discussed previously the opportunity to refinance certain portions of the county's outstanding bonds.
Let me ask a question
Yes, sir.
before you proceed. Is reimbursement and refunding, are those interchangeable terms?
Completely different.
Completely different.
I want to make sure that I understand
And
that.
let me set the stage for Dusty's explanation. You'll remember in the budget process, we took those bonds that were maturing, and we had the opportunity to refinance at a lower interest rate.
Right.
And we built those savings into our budget.
Right.
What this is officially authorizing him to be able to refinance those bonds. This is a refinance.
That's right. Similar, very similar to if you or I had a higher interest loan on a home or piece of land or property, what have you, and we had the opportunity to take out a new loan that replaces that higher interest rate loan and reduce our annual interest costs. That is what we do. So the county's got Series 2012 and 2014 bonds for certificates of obligation that become callable in February of 2021. The callable portions of those bonds have an interest rate of approximately 3.68%. We believe that in today's interest rate environment, we can reduce that interest rate. Earlier this summer, we ran it at a rate looking at, it was a rate of about 2.28% all in, all costs. I firmly believe that if we were in the market today, we would be materially lower than that rate. But the last time that we ran it, refinancing these would produce savings of about $346,000 for the county. Now that $346,000 is not a one-time windfall of $346,000. That money is saved over the remaining life of those obligations. So it works out to about $25,000 to $30,000 per year in annual debt service costs. And again, that was based on our last run. And I think once we're able to get into the market, all things considered, rates hold up where we are, we should be able to achieve a higher savings.
Now, that's three different certificates of obligation you're talking about?
It's two.
Only two.
It's
I've
two.
got three on the list.
The two that make sense to refinance right now are the Series 2012s and the Series 2014s.
So 12 has a 2012 and a 2012A.
Correct.
Are those together?
The 2012A was a different series. That obligation actually is scheduled to completely mature February 15th, 2022. So it really doesn't make sense to refinance that particular obligation.
I remember you talking about
But these others go out until like 2032, so those make sense to refinance.
So do you have to wait till February to take any action on this, or?
We need to deliver the refunding bonds no more than 90 days prior to February 15th. So that backs us up to somewhere in the neighborhood of delivering refunding bonds, say around November 15th, 17th. That would, because of the Attorney General's review process, that takes approximately 30 days. We should target being in the market to sell refunding bonds around October 15th to 20th.
Okay.
And then that will allow us to deliver it just inside that 90-day window.
And that's a good market time. That's time for a good market for the interest rate.
That's right.
Right. Okay, good.
So that's what we're
Sure.
But you can see all the time-sensitive deadlines that we have with all of this.
But so between now and October, it does take a little bit of time to lift the transaction up off the ground and prepare a preliminary securities offering document, visit with the rating agencies, prepare negotiating underwriters. So the timing is, we've got a nice amount of time between now and October, but we do need to kind of.
A lot of work.
Yes, sir.
Good.
And this is just preparation.
That's right. Exactly. So that order that's on the agenda this morning, what it does is it authorizes the judge and county auditor to execute the final pricing certificates on refunding bonds, so long as those refunding bonds meet stated parameters. And those parameters would be that we cannot extend the final maturity on the refunded bonds. I think the refunded bonds, the longest refunded bond has a final maturity of 2032. We can't have a refunding bond that has a maturity longer than 2032. And we must result in a real present value savings. We can't have some. It's got to have a present value savings. I believe we have as of at least 4% on a present value basis. Our most recent look at this was somewhere in the neighborhood of about 6.5%. And again, I think it will end up coming in higher than that. But it's a good. The reason to do this as a parameter resolution, most entities in Texas that are doing refinancings are using this parameter order because it gives you greater flexibility again. Right? Today we had to post an agenda on Friday for today's meeting, wait 72 hours, and then act. If we were actually in the bond market, we would find ourselves having to post an agenda and then trying to act, and then finding the market acting very erratically, and maybe the savings moving away from us. So what this does is just allow you to act in an efficient manner when it comes to that.
So we need to take action here today. That's the agenda item 123, right,
Yes,
Judge? So with that, I make a motion that we authorize the issuance, sale, and delivery of Kerr County tax limited tax refunding bonds, Series 2020.
Second. A motion's been made by Commissioner Moser and seconded by Commissioner Latz to authorize the issuance and sale of these refunding bonds, Series 2020. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0.
And I would just say this is that once we complete the pricing, while the court has already taken the action necessary with that, I would just say that once we're done with the price in late October, I would like to come back and just update the board the results of that sale.
Sure.
And we'd like you to come back.
Yeah.
Okay, the next item on the agenda relates to RBC Capital, and that's 1.24. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the municipal advisory agreement with RBC Capital Markets. And what that is a renewal of our contract with you, and it just expired on its own terms, so it's just time to renew it. I would make a motion that we renew our contract with RBC Capital Markets.
I'll second that.
I made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Ballou, to renew the contract with RBC Capital Markets. Is there any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Thank you, Dusty.
Thank you, and we appreciate the opportunity. Don't take it lightly. We really enjoy working with you all, and look forward to getting this done for you.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's mutual. We enjoy working with you, Dusty.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
Okay, next item on the agenda are the general provisions. 1.25, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the general provisions for the FY 2020-2021. This is all part of the budget process. And we do these every year.
Judge, I'll make a motion that we approve the general provision, but I'd like to say general budget provisions.
General budget provisions.
I have a hang up with general provisions, general budget provisions, but I'll make a motion.
Well, and I stopped myself just short when I was reading it, saying it's the general provisions for the budget, FY 2020-21.
There you go.
I like that. I'll second it.
Okay. So a motion's been made by Commissioner Moser, seconded by Commissioner Harris, to approve the general provisions for the budget FY 2020-2021. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. 1.25, no, 6.
Judge, you've got, items 1.12 through 14 also that you guys jump back to.
Pardon?
Items 1.12 through 14?
Yes, and I've talked to the sheriff about that. He's going to come up a little bit later, and we're going to do all of his at one time, because we just raced past him before the break. We're just trying to be efficient. So 1.26, is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to set a public hearing on proposed Kerr County budget for FY 2020-2021 at 9:45 a.m. on September 14, 2020, and authorize the county clerk to publish notice of the public hearing. Mr. Robles.
Good morning. And in accordance with our revised budget calendar, asking for the court to set the public hearing for September 14th on the proposed county budget, 9:45 a.m.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Harris, seconded by Commissioner Letts, to set a public hearing to adopt the Kerr County budget for FY 2020-2021 at 9:45 a.m. on September 14. Is there any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. 1.27, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the proposed salary increases for elected county and precinct officials for Kerr County FY 2020-2021 and authorize the county clerk to publish same. Mr. Robles.
Yes, on the same meeting on September 14th, we'll approve the elected official salaries and will require the law to publish at least 10 days prior to that meeting. So we'll have until September 3rd that when we publish this in the paper. If we're going to have the court approve it, we can have the county clerk publish it.
But I'm confused, James, on salary increases. Is that in our budget?
Longevity.
Longevity, there are a couple.
No
Very few.
Huh?
There's very few.
There are no raises.
Right.
They're just longevity increases that are part of the overall.
Okay.
All employees are getting longevity. All employees that are entitled to
They're qualified.
longevity are getting
Right,
longevity.
okay.
Careful how
Get
I
people
say
excited.
Yeah.
I move for approval.
Second.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Blue and seconded by Commissioner Harris to approve the proposed salary increase for elected officials and authorize publication. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. 1.28, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the base salaries for elected officials for FY 2021. Ms. Goss.
Yes, sir. Just requesting to approve the base salaries. There's been no change from the previous fiscal year.
So moved.
Okay, second.
Okay, motion's been made by Commissioner Moser, seconded by Commissioner Baloo to approve the base salaries for elected officials for FY 2021. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Okay, it's time for the Bob Reeves Show. 1.29, you want me to call them all at once, or you want to do them one at a time? Okay, 1.29. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to take a record vote on the proposed 2020 Kerr County tax rate. This will be a combined tax rate for Kerr County and lateral roads. Mr. Reeves.
Good morning, gentlemen.
And by the way, before you start, I want to compliment you on that beautiful granddaughter.
Oh, thank you. Got to let 7 months see it. First time she's 7 months old today, so we're kind of excited. As far as no new revenue tax rate for fiscal year 2021, the combined rate will be 47.57 cents per $100 valuation. This is a combined rate which includes lateral roads of .0298 or 2.98 cents per $100 valuation. Maintenance and operations, .3870 or 38.7 cents per $100 valuation. And the debt rate will be .0589 or 5.89 cents per $100 valuation. This is my understanding from the budget workshop, is that that's the rate that the court desires to adopt for the current year. This vote today will only be to vote for the proposed rate. It will have to be adopted at a future meeting.
So the record vote's not today, the record vote's going to be September 14th.
No, sir, there will be 2 record votes for this. One for the record vote for the proposed rate, then whatever date the court deems to adopt it,
that will be a second record vote.
So we'll take a record vote on the proposed tax rate today.
Correct. I have to list the names in the publication who voted for it and who voted against it. This is something new due to Senate Bill 2.
So Bob, you said it's 47.75.
57.
4757.
4757. Okay. And that compares to the current of 51.5.
In true sense, compared to what last year's was and this year's. Yes, sir.
Let me just round it. 47.6 compares to 51.5.
Correct.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's apples and apples.
It's apples to apples, but I'll throw in an orange. It's the same rate, it's effectively the same rate for revenue producing.
Yeah, I understand. I was just trying to keep the tax rate. Okay. Since
And I'm trying to keep what I'm supposed to call it.
Okay. But it is tax rate.
It is.
And that's what this court establishes.
That is
So we establish, we're talking about a 47.57% tax rate as opposed to 51.5.
That is correct.
Okay. So that's over a 7% decrease. Okay.
I won't go there.
Yeah. It's almost
It's a no new revenue tax rate.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, but I'm just looking for the public. You know, in the paper, it said the city decreased their tax rate by 5%. So we're decreasing it by in excess of 7%, almost 8%.
Well, the tax, but
That's the ratio of 47.57.
he's trying to comply with the Attorney General, and we're going to call it a no new net revenue tax rate.
I know, but if I'm gonna vote on it, I'm gonna say what it is.
You bet.
Independent of what he said.
Y'all can go better than what you want, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Bob, this record vote, we have to list each one separately, correct?
No, sir, it can be a combined
It can
rate.
be combined?
Yes. Because that's how the notice will come out, a combined. If you would like to list it separate for the record, that's totally up to you.
I'll make a motion that we set the total tax rate at .4757, and that's made up of a lateral rate of .0298, M&O rate of .3870, and a debt rate of .0589.
Second.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Letts and seconded by Commissioner Moser to set the tax rate at .4757 with the breakdown that was enumerated by Commissioner Letts. Is there any additional discussion?
I have a question. I had down that the M&O was a little bit less than what you just said. Was I
Did I
remembering that wrong?
miscalculate that?
That's what you had from last meeting? Well, it wasn't different by much. I had 3869. You said 370 today.
It's a little bit of a rounding to the 4, so it should be the 387 is correct.
I could go 4 digits, and the tax code is funny, you don't round. You just take the first 4 digits.
Right.
Don't ask me
Because
why
it
I
goes
lost.
Because it just keeps going. Okay.
Okay. Any other discussion? We're going to take a record vote for the combined tax rate of .4757. Precinct 1, Commissioner Ballou.
Yes.
Precinct 2, Commissioner Moser.
Yes.
Precinct 3, Commissioner Letts.
Yes.
Precinct 4, Commissioner Harris.
Yes.
And I, as county judge, vote yes. It's unanimous, 5-0. Moving on to agenda item number 1.30, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to set the date and time to hold a public hearing for the 2020 tax rate for Kerr County and lateral roads.
Yes, so that's basically in order to publish the notice and the date and time for the public hearing and meeting. This year is, for 2 reasons, a little different past, since we're not exceeding the no new revenue rate. Only one hearing will be required, and we may adopt the tax rate at the same meeting. In past years, you had to have 2 hearings and then a subsequent meeting. This first agenda item is only to set the date and time.
We set the budget for September the 14th at 9:45 a.m. Should we designate a different time we want to set it on the same date. I think we're all in agreement on that. Should this be at the same time, 9:45, or should we do it at a different time?
I believe it needs to be after, at least in the order, so even if we did it at the same time, we would at least need to stay in order with the budget first and then the tax. But you could put it at 9:50, it just depends on how many people you have that might be speaking that day.
So it's on September 14th.
September 14th is what we have in our timeline with the auditor's office.
And that will give you enough time to meet the statutory publication requirements.
Okay.
Well, it seems like to me if we just set it at the same time, we finish one and go straight to the next.
And this would just need to be following as the agenda is numbered.
Right. Well, and that will be done right, because we know who's doing that.
I move we set the hearing, September 14th, 9:45.
Second.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Letts, seconded by Commissioner Harris, to set the time to hold a public hearing for the 2020 tax rate for Kerr County and lateral roads on September the 14th, 2020 at 9:45 a.m. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Item 1.31, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to set the date and time for adoption of the 2020 tax rate for Kerr County and lateral roads.
This would have to come naturally after the hearing, but it could be immediately following.
Okay, so
Well, then I move that we hold the meeting at 9:50 on September the 14th for the 2020 Lake Ingham Estates Road District breakdown.
Bigger than pardon,
That's the next item?
we've got 3 items.
So I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yes.
All right, so for the tax rate for the lateral roads, Kerr County.
okay, there's been a motion made by Commissioner Blue and seconded by Commissioner Letts to set the date and time for adoption of the 2020 tax rate for Kerr County and lateral roads for 9:50 a.m. on September the 14th. Any further discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Item 1.32, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to take a record vote on the proposed 2020 Lake Ingham Estates Road District tax rate.
Yes, sir. This reflects only the road district taxes for the Lake Ingham Estates. It is a debt-only tax rate. Last year's rate was 22.65 cents per $100 valuation. This year's tax rate to service the debt would be 17.85 cents per $100 valuation. And once again, it would require a record vote.
Okay. I need a motion and a second.
I'll make the motion. Since I already read it before, I might as well read it again. To take a record vote on the proposed 2020 Lake Ingham Estates Road District tax rate on September 14th, let's say at 10 a.m.
No, sir, this is actually the proposing of the rate.
Oh, this is proposing.
Yeah, this
So this doesn't have to be a timed event?
This is a,
No,
it's a
these
record
will
vote.
be, but we need to propose the rate first. I believe in there 3 agenda items.
Yes.
All right, so you have
1.32 is to propose the rate of 17.85 cents per hundred.
And I will need a record vote on that.
Okay, well then I'll just make a simple.
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Blue made the motion and Commissioner Harris seconded, setting the Lake Ingham Estates Road tax rate at $17.85 per 100 valuation.
17 cents.
17 cents.
Yeah.
0.175.
1785 per $100 valuation.
Got it. Okay, any other discussion? Those in favor?
That's taking the first 4 numbers again, is that
Yes, sir.
the same thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So with that, record vote from precinct 1?
Yes.
I have a question. Who establishes that rate?
Right?
Yeah. I mean, we're voting on it, but
The Commissioners Court is the one that establishes.
It's done.
It's a debt only.
The debt
Yeah, debt.
that was created for that road district
So it's based on the debt?
Based on the debt, the annual
Yeah.
payment.
Okay.
Decreases annually, doesn't pay that.
Okay.
There's no maintenance and operations in this tax.
That was my
Just
question.
a-
Okay.
It's a repayment of
Just
the debt
that,
for this
okay.
year.
Thanks.
So I vote yes.
Precinct 1 voted yes. Precinct 2?
Yes.
Precinct 3?
Yes.
Precinct 4?
Yes.
County Judge? Yes. 5-0, unanimous. Item 1.33, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to set the date and time to hold a public hearing for the 2020 tax rate for Lake Ingram Estates Road District.
Here again, this is similar to what we just completed for the general fund and lateral roads, but we do need to set a time.
Make a motion to set the time for the public hearing for the Lake Ingram Estates Road District at September 14th at 10 a.m.
Second.
No?
No, because you're gonna have to adopt the budget before you adopt the tax rate, and you've got the tax rate adoption at 950.
So they all have to go together?
Yes, yeah, I would make it 945 also.
There's really not a budget adoption for this, though, is there?
Is it not part of your budget?
You'll adopt the budget, and the budget will include payment of the Lake Ingram Road District, will it not?
It has it in here.
Yes.
Didn't we just accepted the rate?
Proposed rate.
Proposed rate?
Yes, sir.
So when's the hearing need to be? What time?
I would just put the same time as the other ones and just take them in order.
Take them in order, yeah.
Put it at
9:45.
9:45, so public hearing at 9:45.
Okay.
Still seconded.
Now I'm trying to remember, who made the motion? Commissioner Letts made the motion, and Commissioner Harris seconded it, to set the date and time to hold a public hearing for the 2020 tax rate for Lake Ingram Estates Road District at 9:45 a.m. on September the 14th. Any other discussion? This is not a record vote, right?
No, sir.
Okay, so those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Let's go to item 1.34. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to set the date and time for adoption of the 2020 tax rate for Lake Ingram Estates Road District.
Yes, sir, this will just require to set a time to adopt the rate that you just voted to propose.
At the same time?
Yeah, basically the same time, yes, Commissioner.
So this one would be, make a motion to set the date and time for the adoption of the rate at 9:50 on September 14th.
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion was made by Commissioner Letts, seconded by Commissioner Blue, to set the time for 9:50 a.m. on September 14th. Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. 1.35, consider, discuss, and approve the appointment of alternative judges for the term of 1 year in accordance with the Texas Election Code, Section 32.
Yes, sir. If you'll recall, last Monday, Ms. Alford submitted a name of judges and alternate judges to the court to approve. A
Yes.
number of the alternate judges had not been placed by their respective party at the time of the meeting. In your backup, you will see that Precinct 107's alternate judge will be Alicia Boyette. Precinct 109, Marie Samuel Glamser. Precinct 211, Judy Weinstein. Precinct 303, Alice DeVore. Precinct 410, you had approved Daniel Stesser. He will be moving to Precinct 417, and in his place for Precinct 410 will be Stephanie Ertl. And then Precinct 416, Sandy Martin. I respectfully request that the court approve the appointment of these alternate judges for the precincts.
I move for approval.
Second.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Harris, seconded by Commissioner Blue to approve the alternate judges as presented.
So Bob, you said that these are just the Democratic Party. You said that.
The way the judges and the alternate judges are selected, Commissioner, is the party which has the governor in office chooses the judges. The alternate judges are chosen by the second party.
Okay.
And so these were not, we did not have these names as of last Monday. And as you can tell, I will be returning as there's still 3 precincts pending for alternate judges.
Yeah. Okay, good deal. Thank you.
Did I just miss it? Did you read Daniel Spicer's name?
Well, I read it as part of it. Mr. Stesser was had been selected and approved as alternate judge for 410. He now will be the judge for 417, as Stephanie Erdl will be for 410.
Okay.
Will we approve the appointment of alternate judges for a term of 1 year?
I think we've already got a motion and a second.
Sorry.
Okay. If there's no other discussion, those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Very efficient. Let's skip back and pick up item 1.12, 1.13, and 14 as we go into the sheriff's topics. Item 1.12, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to replace Kerr County Sheriff Office Unit Number 2, a 2018 Chevrolet Tahoe, which was totaled during the pursuit on August 7th, 2020. Sheriff Harold.
If you remember, this is more of a ratification, I guess you might say. We had to authorize the purchase. I hadn't received the vehicle yet, but it is on its way. They finally found the same year model, this year's model, 2020, in Houston, in the color and that, because we want to be able to take the equipment out of the total vehicle and just move it over to the new one. And body styles are changing drastically in the 2021 year model. So we wanted to find one that was it. The vehicle is going to cost us, I think I put it in the backup, $34,174.46, and we are getting $30,498.25 is be the payment after deductible to our on the insurance proceeds. Plus, we will be able to submit any invoices for the cost of removal and reinstallation of the equipment in the new unit, along with even tow feeds to have the total unit towed over to the installation place to have the unit stripped and done.
And in the budget, you mentioned last week that you got that covered in.
Right. We currently have about $12,000 left over proceeds in the hail damage, some of the old ones we didn't, plus the trade-in, where our auditor went. But I think there's, in the ones we traded in this last year, for the ones that we got, remember we didn't figure that in the budget, there's actually about $30,000 surplus there. So the funds are definitely covered in the current budget to be able to make this happen.
Just out of curiosity, how many miles we have on that new vehicle?
That vehicle had 40-something thousand, or 50-something.
Not bad.
It was one of my, to be honest, one of the better units. A lot of ours, if it would have been the older ones, that would have had 150,000, I wouldn't have worried as much about it. But being that it's one that's actually still in the fleet, I needed to get it replaced.
Good. I move for approval.
Second.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Harris, seconded by Commissioner Moser, to approve the replacement of the total vehicle as presented. Is there any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. 1.13, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve a $500 donation from a citizen for the Sheriff's Equipment Fund.
And that's exactly what it is.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Moser, seconded by Commissioner Harris, to approve accepting the $500 donation for the Sheriff's Equipment Fund. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. 1.14, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve donating 6 spare Motorola radios to the Centerpoint Volunteer Fire Department.
And what this is, we have a number of spare radios from vehicles getting replaced, with the new vehicles and all that. They're digital radios, they're not cheap, but they are very good radios. And I received a letter from Charles Holt, Fire Chief at Centerpoint Fire Department, And it states the Center Point Fire Department is looking to acquire 5 to 6 digital capable mobile radios. We are rapidly growing and finding it difficult to keep up with our communication needs. If you have any older or newer units available, it would be of great help. We do have those units available, and I would ask that the county surplus 6 radios that I currently have, 6 of our spares, and so that we may donate them to Center Point Fire Department. Serial numbers are all tracked. We keep track of it all, but they are.
And this really helps their communication, though.
It helps theirs a lot
Right.
because these aren't cheap units, and if what I understand something happens with the Elm Pass Fire Department and all that, they have to pretty well be digital now. And a lot of these fire departments have 10-year-old, 15-year-old radios that are analog and not digital.
And that's the case.
It's hard for them. Okay, they can't understand.
Second.
Motion been made by Commissioner Moser, seconded by Commissioner Harris to approve donating the 6 spare Motorola radios to the Center Point Volunteer Fire Department. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0.
And I had told them it's kind of a first come, first served, so I'm sure I will be hearing from some of the other fire departments now.
Well, you snooze, you lose.
Yep, that's it.
Okay, we'll go back on the regular part of the agenda to 1.36. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to adopt a hazardous pay policy for Kerr County. Sheriff Harrelson.
Now, what I'm presenting you today is, I alluded to it last week during the budget process. I know some of the reporting was a little bit off, so I don't mind going back through the reasons why if you want to hear them. Otherwise, there is a proposed order in there. I will say that even though I feel any money from the federal government, we all pay for it. It's not, there's no such thing as free. But this will totally be coming out of the funds that the federal government has forwarded to the county. It has been looked at through their, I guess, consultants, and it does totally qualify for it. So we will pay it up front. The county will be reimbursed for these costs. And my department, jail, sheriff's office, total, all those employees are on the front lines. They're the ones that are having to deal with this directly, whether it's going into homes, whether it's not knowing who we're going to contact, whether it's getting CPR, whether it's coming into the jail. And I can go back into my dog and pony show, but I don't want to waste your time. But I would ask that you pass this order to designate hazard pay for sheriff's office and county jail employees during this declaration. The order actually says that the funds would stop. It's not a permanent, pay increase for employees. The funds would stop on the termination of the declaration of local disaster related to COVID-19. This order, if y'all just decided you're not going to do it on this and still have the determination there, but you can cancel this order, and that would stop them, or the availability of funds as being advised by the county auditor that those funds are gone. It does not get tied into overtime pay. In other words, what this order is that amount per hour on top of their pay for their hours worked. It doesn't matter if they worked 1 hour or 80 hours this week, it's the same $5. It's not time and a half on the 5 after the 40 hours or the 160. It still covers straight through.
It's actual hours worked.
It's actual hours worked. The only other thing with this is I do not want to be part of it. I don't think I should be part of it. Number one is being elected, and I'm not really on an hourly wage to begin with. The hours I work are the hours I work. And since I don't turn in time sheets and everybody else does, I don't think the elected officials should be part of this.
I don't think elected officials can be part of it.
And they may not be able to. I don't know, but I don't want to be.
Well, I have, looking at the agenda, and this is to adopt a hazard pay policy for Kerr County. So what is the policy for Kerr County?
What I'm being told by the auditor and them is the sheriff's office and jail qualify, period. There's other departments in the county that may qualify at a certain percentage or certain level, or depending on what the employees actually do and things like that. And that could take longer to sit down. I think HR is even working on that, if I'm not mistaken, on getting that to bring back to y'all.
So my question is, we cut to the chase. What is the policy? So this is the agenda is for adopting a policy for the county, and we don't have a policy. Nothing is proposed.
Mine is you're adopting the sheriff's office and jail
But
today.
that's not what the agenda is.
As part of it, and then you will adopt it for the overall county.
But we need a policy, and I'm not objecting what you're doing, Sheriff, but I think we need a policy that addresses everybody in the county. And that's, just a second, let me finish. So, well, we haven't even had a discussion on that. And I think it's an important issue. I think we need to look at across the board in the county, not just in the sheriff and the jail, and there's a lot of public, road and bridge, animal services, so something's all got to be considered.
I think that you're right, we do need a policy countywide. I think today, we need to pass it for the sheriff's office.
It's not what the agenda item is.
Well, another question
Today
is,
is part of the Kerr County policy.
What?
passing it establishes what we're doing. With the grant money, and there are rules obviously that go with it. So by passing this for the sheriff's department, we would be accepting their terms for how it pays and to whom. And then with that goes percentages and so on, if I'm hearing what the sheriff's saying correctly.
You can pass the dollar amount that you would like. This is for $5. So there are certain items that you would choose. So definitely you did check with the grant, and the sheriff's office and jail do qualify as reimbursement.
That's not policy, that's mechanics.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Well, let's talk about policy. That's the agenda.
Well, what I'm getting at, Tom, is that you can accept it based on the requirements of the grant. That basically establishes the policy. Because you can't go, look, we can't.
What's for Don?
Basically, I'm going to reiterate what the sheriff said. I think right now we need to do something for the sheriff's office because they are the ones on the front line. Now, we can adopt a policy later on to encompass everybody else, but basically, they've been on the front line the whole time. They have not shut their offices down. They have not worked remotely from home. That money is there for the law enforcement agencies to divvy out to their employees for the hazardous duty that they've seen. Now, whether it says policy or not, it's a broad term on there. You can say today we're going to accept the sheriff's office on this hazardous pay policy. And then you can come back and amend it to include everybody else. But I think today it needs to be specifically for the sheriff's office because they're the ones on the front line.
Don,
I understand all that.
I don't know what you can amend the policy at any given time.
Don, I understand that. It's the agenda item is policy for the county. How about Road and Bridge? How about Reagan?
You're not leaving them out. You're just
We're not
gonna amend it later.
We're not adopting a policy. We're adopting a piece of a policy.
I've talked quite a bit with auditor and HR on this. And I think the issue is we are not at a point we can do a countywide policy because we have to be very careful as to what the specific employees are doing in specific departments.
Right.
There are other, this is part of the policy to me. But there will be a second part of the policy that also has been told to us or them and to me that we need to be very careful and do each department separately. So we're going to have to do, and we may be able to do that at our next meeting. Hopefully we'll be able to do the rest of the departments that we've done the analysis. But every department's going to have their own policy and our own resolution because everyone's not,
How about this, that we adopt a hazard pay policy for Kerr County employees who qualify for hazard pay not to exceed $5 per hour. That will leave it open to reviewing each department, just like we've just explained. If we just adopt it now, all employees who qualify, which will go to the grant, for hazard pay not to exceed $5 per hour. I think if we pass that now, he gets what he wants, we review it later.
And if you did that, you could adopt that policy not to exceed $5 an hour because, of course, these guys are on the front lines. And then you have to do a second piece under this agenda item that would adopt the order to pay the hazard fee of the $5 to the sheriff's department employees. So it would be a two-part approval under this agenda item. that I think is
So just saying
appropriate.
beginning with the sheriff's department or stating it, and what's the legal one?
I think that what you said at first was to adopt a policy related to hazard pay, within the terms of the grant, not to exceed the $5. I think that's acceptable. But then you have that policy for everyone countywide, and each department could come revisit that. But the sheriff's is before you today, and so you could approve it under that agenda item as well. It would just need to be in two pieces, I think.
Well, so what's the second part then?
To approve the order designating hazard pay for the sheriff's office and county jail during disaster declaration. Do you have that in front of you?
The actual order itself.
Oh, yeah.
It's the second.
So can I will then propose that we adopt a hazard pay policy for Kerr County employees who qualify for hazard pay under the grant, not to exceed $5 per hour, and we begin with the sheriff's department.
The second part. That's
The second part,
So
okay.
do the
And the
first
second
one
part
first.
is this entire, do I need to read all of this?
No, let's do the first part and vote on it.
Do the first part first.
Okay, so that's my,
Second.
Somebody restate what the motion is.
here's the motion. The motion is that we adopt a hazard pay policy for Kerr County employees who qualify for hazard pay according to the grant, not to exceed $5 per hour.
Okay, so we're adopting a policy.
Adopting a policy.
Motion made by Commissioner Blue, seconded by Commissioner Lentz. Okay, any discussion on that motion?
I just want to say, I got cut off a while ago. Don, I appreciate what you said. You couldn't have said it any better than what I was going to say. I couldn't have said it any better. I agree with you. And we'll get to the other departments later.
I'm like the court, I agree, all the departments need to be visited, but right now, I think, like the sheriff said, he's got the most people on the front line exposed, so,
Thank you.
you know, I can argue for my group, but I will do that, but I feel like his are more important right now, and Road and Bridge probably before us, but.
And they're a slam dunk for the grant.
Thank you, Don. Now,
Okay. Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Second part.
Second part. That, be honest, I don't remember what the
Second
county
part.
attorney
I'll do
said.
this one.
Want to make a motion to approve the order?
Adopt this
I'll
order.
make an order that we adopt the order to designate hazard pay for sheriff's office and county jail during disaster declaration as presented.
I'll second.
Motion made by Commissioner Lentz, seconded by Commissioner Blue to accept the order to designate hazard pay for sheriff's office and county jail during disaster declaration.
now I did, as discussion, I did put in there, effective date being August 30th. And the reason I put that in, that's the beginning of the next pay period
Right.
for the county, which would give HR and everybody time to get it, so it's not effective the day it's signed today. I would also ask that you make the order authorizing the judge to sign the same.
So
in
the
your
motion is amended to be effective August 30. Is that acceptable to the?
It's written in the order.
And that order.
I know it's in the order, but I'm just making sure it's acceptable to the mover and the second.
Yes, and authorize you to sign.
And that order is for $5 per hour?
Right.
Yes.
So, discussion. That's that's about a 20% increase in salary. I understand it's not for the whole year. I understand it's for a time period. That's a big increase. 20%.
And they qualify for it.
I sat down and visited with the sheriff, and just on 40-hour weeks. This additional $5 for the remainder of this year, because these funds run out right now December 31, okay? The Kerr Act funds. For the average patrolman, average deputy, probably about $2,500 more this year. And it's being paid over that period of time, but for everything that we've done trying to address the COVID crisis on the front lines for the first responders, it'd be about a $2,500 pass-through increase for them.
Because all that
That's department-wide, though. That's not
That's
just
for
the
the whole
patrol.
department.
That's just his department.
Yeah.
But that's for everybody in the sheriff's department.
Yes.
So, that's the question. Does everybody in the sheriff's department have the same exposure to hazard?
Yes.
Everybody in the sheriff's department?
Not everybody has to go into a room at, a house at a hotel, but every single one of the clerks in the jail that's having to fill out paperwork and deal with inmates in a closed ventilation system. We don't have windows. Everybody in the sheriff's office part, even the receptionist is the one that walks out front and takes everybody's temperature and asks questions of those coming in. The emergency communications dispatchers are in a room without windows you can open, but every officer has to go in there and get all his paperwork from the dispatchers, and it's the coming and going. It's everybody in our department has that exposure.
Including the administrative assistant and everybody?
Yes.
They all come in contact with one another. That officer goes in the hotel room, he comes back in and talks to the administrative assistant.
I can see everybody in the entire county can fit into this.
Well, I'd invite you to come out.
They can argue it, but I think, to me, this grant was written for this, exactly for them.
And to me, the deciding factor is that this is pre-approved. It qualifies for the CARES Act reimbursement.
It doesn't cost us anymore.
Well,
Sort of.
these are funds and benefits that have already been appropriated and approved to be distributed and paid out at the local level.
Right.
Okay,
And by the way, that brings up something. There's no lapse time, right? There's money in the account
Yes.
to cover this the minute it
Yes.
starts.
Yeah, we'll have to spend the money before we get it back, but we are still working on the 20% that we had initially. So once we reach that point, we'll be able to ask for more money. So we
And
will get it back.
the concern will be is we run out of those funds from the grant before we consider everybody in the county.
Well, they're the most important to me.
Huh?
They're the most important as
Most
far as the
at risk.
risk.
Well, but you haven't heard from everybody else.
Overall, Tom, it's gonna be, let's just call it 500,000 is what it will take for the rest of the year for the sheriff's office and jail. So, and that includes all of the roll-ups, and we have a $1.4 million grant.
And we've used about approximately 10% of that so far on PPEs and stuff.
So this won't even take up half of what you have. But
And not everyone at the county qualifies for
Exactly.
reimbursement for this grant.
Okay.
I think everybody understands what's before the court. This is on the second motion. Is there any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed? Those abstained? So it's 4-0-1. Your vote.
thank you, gentlemen, and from all the employees, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Peter, you've had to wait a long time. I'm sorry. 1.37, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the statewide automated victim notification services grant contract for fiscal year 2020. Ms. Peter.
This is just a pass-through grant, basically, so we are given money to monitor what they call the VINE system, which is how our victims register and know when a defendant is getting out, for example, domestic violence, whatever. If they register, this system takes care of it. We are given grant money to pay for that, so it just sort of passes through us, and we pay it right back to a company, so.
And we do this every year.
Every year.
Move
So-
for approval.
Second.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Ballou, seconded by Commissioner Harris to approve the statewide automated victim notification services grant contract. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. 5-0.
Thank you.
Ms. Peter.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we've come to the point in the agenda where the last three items, we've got 138, 1.39, and 1.40, all have to do with contract negotiations and the consideration of property purchases. And I don't know how the court wants to do it. These are going to be contract negotiations. If we want to take that into executive session, we will need to have a unanimous vote to go into executive session. And we'll need to have a written opinion from the county attorney, which I happen to have in my possession, if we choose to do that. What I think might be more productive, I defer to how you want to do this. Perhaps we go into executive session, talk over the details, and then come out of executive session. We can talk about it before executive session, but there are going to be a lot of things that we can't talk about. And we have a more complete discussion once we come out of executive session.
I think it's.
I do think we need to have a little discussion when we come out.
Absolutely.
Let everybody know
Absolutely.
what's transpired.
So with that, I'm going to make a motion that we go into executive session for contract negotiation.
Second.
Oh, do we need to skip over and go ahead and pay the bills before we do this?
Either way.
Let's do that. It just makes more sense. No people have to sit around and wait on that. So I'm going to put that on hold. We'll come back to it. So the public, just never mind. We'll be back. We're going to go over to the approval agenda. Item 2.1, pay the bills.
Invoices for today's consideration include $293,771.81 for Kerr County, $959.51 for the airport, $13,825.95 for adult probation, $882.28 for juvenile probation, $179 for the 216th DA forfeiture fund, $228.75 for the county clerk fees, $6,406.20 for the county attorney hot check fund, and for the 198th DA forfeiture fund, $949.28. We also have, for the Texas Water Development Board, this is for the sewer project. This is mostly release of the escrow money. We have $1,251,630.32.
We pay the bills.
Second. Motion's been made by Commissioner Moser, seconded by Commissioner Ballou to pay the bills as presented. Is there any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Next item on the agenda is budget amendments.
Yes, we have 7 today, one for non-departmental, county court of law, county attorney, sheriff, county clerk, maintenance, and road and bridge. These are all interdepartment transfers.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Harris, seconded by Commissioner Letts to approve the budget amendments as presented. Is there any discussion? Those in favor, raise your right hand. Your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Late bills.
For Kerr County, we have $529.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion's made by Commissioner Letts, seconded by Commissioner Ballou to approve payment of late bills. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Any auditor reports?
There are not any.
Okay. Monthly statements, monthly reports.
Yes, for July 2020 Environmental Health OSFF Monthly Activity Report, Director Ashley Batters. Fines, judgments, and jury fees, JP1, Mitzi French, JP2, JR Hone. Animal Control Services, Director Reagan Gibbons. Indigent Services, Director of Human Resources, Jennifer Doss. District Clerk, Don Lance. County Clerk, Jackie J.D. Dowdy. And County Treasurer, Tracy Sullivan. I move for approval.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Harris, seconded by Commissioner Ballou to approve the monthly reports as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Court orders.
Yes, we have the court orders from our Monday, August 17th meeting. One court order I did have a slight change to. It's court order 38223, and it previously read, approve and accept the recommendations of the Capital Improvements Planning CIP Committee and authorize said committee to proceed with negotiations regarding real property purchases. I think the correct order should be to insert the words through the county judge after the committee, because it was actually the judge was the one doing the negotiations, not the committee. So with that modification, I move for approval.
Second.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Letts and seconded by Commissioner Harris to approve the court orders as presented with the one revision. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Information agenda, 3.1, status reports from department heads. Any department head reports? 3.2, status reports from elected officials. Any elected officials report? 3.3, status reports from liaison commissioners.
And I have one. It's amazing how much would have stirred that water discussion at the animal control facility we had last week. But the good news is the issue has been resolved. The city moved the meter and over right next to the building. That, when it was reconnected, solved the issue. I'm not sure where the issue was, but the issue has been solved. The city got right on it very quickly, and there will be a refund of the excess water use.
So it was a leak between the city property and the county somewhere.
Somewhere, and that was a part of it. This is a much better situation to have the meter next to the building as opposed to over on city property. So,
Good solution.
Good solution. City and county worked very closely together and got it done quickly.
Good.
Any other liaison commissioner reports? I would just reiterate that things look very, very good on the Texas Indigent Defense Commission grant. And we're expecting for it to sail through Thursday, and that grant will fund October 1. So we are moving quickly.
That's a 1 year
deal.
That's the first year. It's actually a 4-year grant cycle. First grant is the 80-20 match with 5 counties, and then it's 2/3, 1/3 matching grant for the next 3 years.
2/3, 1/3.
Okay, so with that, I think we've completed the agenda, but for the discussion about these real properties. And for those of you all that are watching this on YouTube, items 1.38, 1.39, and 1.40 correspond to the executive session agenda under 4.4, which is deliberation regarding real property. And there's an A and a B and a C, and you can see that they're mirror images. And those are the items that we will talk about in executive session and come out on report on.
You need to take a vote on
Right,
that.
right.
Need a motion, Commissioner Harris,
Right.
take a second.
And so to pick up where we were in the process of, we had a motion that was made by Commissioner Harris and second.
You made the
I made the
motion.
motion. Yeah, Commissioner Harris seconded. For us to go into executive session to discuss these matters. So we have to have a unanimous vote on that. Those in favor, raise your hand. It is unanimous. We will go into executive session at this time, and then we will come out shortly.
We have a 5-minute break in between.
5-minute break in between.
There you
Sounds
go.
good. You ready?
Yeah.
Kerr County Commissioners Court is back in session. It is 12:36. And at this time, I'm going to call on the agenda items 137, 138, and 139. We'll take them up in order. 1.37 is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action. No, 138. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on the recommendation to purchase property located at 424 and 550 Earl Garrett Street here in Kerrville. And I put that on the agenda, and as I think everybody knows that the Capital Improvement Planning Committee has been working on the future capital needs for the county. And in their report last week, one of the things that they pointed out was that the tax office, in all probability, absolutely will have to be relocated, because we're going to have to use a big part of that office for the jury room, for a 12 to 14 person jury room, which is now mandated by the state for county courts at law. And so when we take that office space out of the tax office, we have to come up with an alternative of where we're going to locate the tax office. All of this was started by the grant application that we made for the Public Defender's Office. And what we're going to talk about today are the purchase of properties to be able to accommodate our present needs. The tax office needs a home. We need to move that traffic away from the courthouse and put it in an environment where you don't have to go through security and all the other things that we have to do here at the courthouse. The other thing that is the big capital need that we have for the county is that we are about to be awarded, and I say that with confidence, we're about to be awarded a $2.5 million grant to establish and host a 5-county public defender's office, a regional public defender's office that will have 31 employees, 21 attorneys, and 10 lay employees. The office would be primarily located here in Kerr County, and we would be host to that. And we need a facility to be able to accommodate the 21 employees who will be in Kerr County. There will be 6 lawyers and 4 lay people that will be in Hondo in Medina County. The Medina County office will service Medina and Bandera counties, and the Kerrville office will service Kendall, Gillespie, and Kerr counties. And we need in the neighborhood of 3,000 to 4,000 square feet of office space to be able to house that office. We submitted our grant application with these other 4 counties. It was very favorably received. The Grant Review Committee for the Texas Indigent Defense Council met last week, and I was invited to present and had an opportunity to visit with them personally. There were 10 applicants statewide for the Texas Indigent Defense grant, and they accepted 5 of the 10. And of the 5, the number 1 rated grant was ours, the Hill Country Regional Public Defense Office. And it's a $2.5 million grant for the first year, which is an 80-20 matching grant. The state pays 80% and the county pays 20%. And that's for the first year. Then the sustaining grants for years 2, 3, and 4 would be 1/3, 2/3. And the matching portion comes from all 5 counties. We share that with the other 4 counties. Now, that makes a huge difference. It's a huge, as they say, the contemporary people, maybe not my generation, call it a game changer. It's a major game changer for Kerr County. Our indigent defense cost last year was almost $750,000. Everyone knows and understands that criminal defendants have the right to an attorney. But do you know and understand who pays for that attorney? The county does. And we pay them at $70 and $75 an hour. And we still spend $750,000 a year on that. This new regional public defender's office, with the study that we worked up with their commission and their representatives and employees, we will actually save, by doing this, we will save $310,000 in the first full year of operations from the operation of this public defender's office.
Kerr County will.
Kerr County will. That's the Kerr County portion. And it's, lower for the other counties. We're the biggest county in the group. Medina County and Kerr County are about the same size. So we've been incentivized to try to accommodate housing this public defender's office. And for those of you that have looked around, shopped around for office space in Kerrville, you'll know that there is precious little. And we located just up the street, one block up the street on Earl Garrett, that was the Sunday school building and the sanctuary of the old Church of Christ that used to be on the corner, which is behind Valero, right there on North Street and Earl Garrett on that corner. There's a 2-story office building that's 10,000 square feet that we've been negotiating with the owners. And next to it is the old sanctuary building, which is 3,676 square feet, right at 3,700 square feet. And a vacant lot next to Jim Morris Jewelers. So anybody who wants to drive by, there is, the sanctuary building is 600 Earl Garrett. The Sunday school building, which is a converted office building, is 550 Earl Garrett. And then if you go across North Street, directly behind the police station, there is a parking lot that is included with this property. All three were listed separately. That is 424 Earl Garrett. It's right beside the old taxidermy place behind Grimes Funeral Home. And we've been negotiating on these properties in order to be able to house this public defender's office. And it's a little bit like musical chairs. As we look for a place to be able to put a department or an office, we have to move something else around. And so the big issues that we're dealing with right now is where are we going to move the tax office and where are we going to put the PDO. And the properties up the street have represented probably the best opportunity. And the CIP's been working on this, with these properties specifically, I'd say at least 6 to 9 months on these properties. And the sellers have been very cooperative with us. And so on this first agenda item on 137, which is 138, I'm sorry, did that wrong twice, is on the properties for the parking lot and the 2-story office building at 550 Earl Garrett. We submitted an earnest money contract and have negotiated the potential purchase of that building and the parking lot across the street, which will require some modifications in order to be ADA compliant. And we have negotiated with them to do that for a contract price to purchase that property for $790,000 and for an allowance of up to $250,000 to put in the elevator and relocate the stairs and make the bathrooms upstairs ADA compliant. And so that is what the CIP has recommended, and I have helped them negotiate that and worked with the sellers on this and bring that to the court and recommend that this court, the earnest money contracts, by the way, so that everybody knows, are not binding. We've negotiated them with the sellers, but they're not binding until this court approves these contracts. And so on behalf of the seller and on behalf of the CIP, I bring in before the court that contract, and requesting that this court approve it. And there should be lots of discussion about this, but I wanted to go ahead and set the stage.
I move for approval.
A second.
Motion's been made.
One's item 138, and the one item's 139.
I haven't gotten to 139 yet.
Okay, so you're still on 138.
Right,
Okay.
doing them one at a time.
Okay.
The motion's been made by Commissioner Harris and seconded by Commissioner Letts to approve the purchase of the 424 and 550 Earl Garrett properties as presented.
And that is $790,000 plus the $250,000 allowance for improvements and an earnest money contract to be issued. Well, it's actually, that comes under later agenda.
Not to
With earnest
exceed
money.
200.
Not to exceed $250,000 earnest money contract, $25,000.
Right. But I think it's important that we unpack this for the public so they understand what we're really doing.
Exactly.
We need a place to put the public defender's office. The upstairs of that building, does not have an elevator in it at this point, but we will need one, is where we're proposing to house the public defender's office. It is, as far as net leasable spaces, which does not count public areas, hallways, bathrooms, and mechanical, is about 3,000 square feet, approximately, upstairs and downstairs. They were old Sunday school classes that had been cut into office size, reasonable office size spaces. And we think we can house the public defender's office and occupy that entire second floor. Now, when the public defender's office occupies the second floor of that building, the 5-county public defender's office will be self-governing, but they will pay rent to Kerr County for that space. And Kerr County will pay its pro rata share, and the other counties will pay their pro rata share. And if you're asking how we're going to, what we're determining pro rata, will probably be on caseloads. We think that's much more accurate than trying to do population, but
Sure.
we still have to meet with the other 4 counties and work out some of those details. But the rent that gets paid will be underwritten probably about 2/3 by our neighboring counties, which will defray the cost of the purchase that we're making. We end up owning the building, and they're helping pay the rent, and that's a win-win.
Judge, I think another point, just to put it in numbers that a lot of the public can understand, is that including the renovations of 250 or up to 250,000, we're paying $104 a square foot for that building, and that is probably conservatively half the cost of the cost for us to build a new building. Less than that.
On the CIP, when we were looking at possibly building a courthouse annex in Ingram or other some of these other improvements we talked about, we were using the estimate of $250 a square foot.
Yeah.
So, but it's important. I mean, this is financially, it's a very prudent decision to go this route.
And the location is
Ideal.
ideal.
Ideal, and it sets us up for a long time. You know, traffic around here is, you know, we got that extra parking lot. I mean, it's in walking distance of the courthouse. It's just a win-win.
And the remodel money you're talking about is not to make the place fancy and do a facelift. It's to make sure it's compliant so that everybody can get in there.
Bathrooms?
It's utilitarian.
Bathrooms, elevator, and staircase. A second staircase. That's what that goes for. Any other discussion on this? Any other elaboration that we can provide to the public? One thing I did not mention was we're talking about the second floor of the building for the PDO, Public Defender's Office. The downstairs of the building has some tenants in it now, all of which will vacate and their leases will expire by next summer. And so what the county will gain is another suite of offices that will allow for county expansion and relocation of offices that are overcrowded here at the courthouse, which fits in perfectly with the Capital Improvement Planning Committee's long-term plan for the county.
And I think we've said it before too, this looks 20 years in the future, so this
Sure.
really sets the courthouse, administrative offices, and services for the next 20 years.
Yes, and remarkably, we're probably more than doubling our footprint downtown in Kerrville, a block from the courthouse, which is virtually unheard of to be able to expand like that.
And yeah, I call it looking behind the curtains is what this committee did. And I was fortunate enough to actually walk around with them when they toured the courthouse here. And the expressions on their faces were were amazing. And couldn't understand how we were getting by in our cramped storage areas here and IT and down there in the cave and everything else. They couldn't understand, you know, but the public doesn't get to see that, you know, go through this, all the different offices and see how cramped everything is. And they just flat laughed when they looked into our offices in here, but ours are fine, but the others are in need as well.
The judge mentioned musical chairs for any of the younger people that have played Tetris. That's what the courthouse is. You're playing Tetris.
Yes.
You gotta move this thing and that thing has to go over, and that's what it is.
Bingo.
Okay.
And for the public, you heard earlier today that we had our financial advisors in to talk to us about tax notes. For the short term, we're looking to pay for this asset with tax notes. And that's why we had the reimbursement resolution, so you can start putting the pieces together of how we're trying to be prepared. What you don't know is what they're estimating the interest rate's going to be on these tax notes. And that's 1.25%. 1.25% interest is what we can get to make this expansion at this time. And so it's a confluence of opportunities that have brought us to the point that we're able to realistically look at doing this at this time. Any other discussion?
Well, that could have, I'll just say this one thing, that could have all passed us by without some leadership and guidance, and I'll leave it at that. We could have missed all that.
Right.
We had
And that
somebody
committee really
pushing to
came
get it
together.
done.
I mean, gosh, they did a great job.
We've all heard about great deals after they were over with.
So let me go ahead and call the question. Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Now let's talk about the second property. This is going to be item 1.39 on the agenda. This is the property at 600 Earl Garrett. It's a very different property, and it has different opportunities and challenges with it. That property was originally listed for $480,000, and what it includes is an old sanctuary building that's about 6 feet away from that 2-story Sunday school building that we just voted to approve the contract. And it is right at 3,700 square feet, and it's inside is kind of what you would probably expect in an old church. It's a big box with a vaulted ceiling, which will have to have some kind of, at some point, drop ceiling in there so that we're not air conditioning and heating that whole ceiling area. But it is a good-sized building. And we looked at it with an eye towards moving the tax office to that sanctuary. And for those of you that drive by and look at it, you'll see that there's a driveway right beside the north side of that building. And there are big kind of plate glass windows on that side where we could actually install a drive-in, drive-up kiosk and be able to do a lot of our tax business and transactions from your cars instead of having to get out and come into the courthouse. It has some old bathrooms that are elevated one step that we were going to have to do something about at some point. And the back of it, there's the back of the building across the back. There's one step down into what was an old kind of kitchen area. And at some point, we're going to have to deal with that. But at this point, the recommendation from the CIP that I endorse is that we go ahead and try to buy that building too. And we negotiated on that in order to be able to tie this whole campus, which would have us a half a block from here, going all the way up Earl Garrett to literally where Jim Morris Jewelers is. And the negotiation on that, we countered at 442. They countered back at us at 478, so you get the drift of this. And what we eventually did, and that we're bringing to the court requesting for you to approve, is we split the difference at 460. And that would give us that entire undeveloped lot and the sanctuary next door to the new building that we've already agreed to make part of the county campus. And so I would present that to the court and recommend that the court approve that purchase also.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, the motion's been made by Commissioner Moser and seconded by Commissioner Harris to approve the purchase of 600 Earl Garrett for $460,000. Again, we're talking about the same type of financing arrangements here.
One thing I'd like to point out to the people watching, maybe haven't been following this or hear the CIP report, it's not like we're on a buying spree. We're also looking to sell some properties as well in the near future. So it's not like we're just trying to accumulate properties.
I don't think we can really go into detail on the agenda item, but we have properties identified that we could liquidate that we would expect would net maybe between $900,000 to $1 million.
What we're going for is efficiency.
Yes.
Yes.
Maybe the other thing, this one is not quite as attractive standalone as the other one. I think you figure out this is gonna be probably about $170 to $180 a square foot by the time it's renovated. Still below what a new building would cost, but the advantage is that it fits the need that we do need for a tax office. It fits in there very well, because it is a large open space and we can configure it the way we need to. The proximity to the courthouse, we could not duplicate that other than this property. From a security standpoint, rather than having all these, it's kind of condensed in a downtown campus. So it makes sense from a lot of different reasons. It's not quite as financially attractive as the other one, but it does fit the needs, and we have a use for it almost immediately.
And it creates the synergy for us to all be right here.
Right.
I don't know how many times I've heard over the last 4 or 5 months the need for a drive-through window or something for the tax office or something, because of people not even wanting to get out of their vehicles and come inside for whatever reason, or just the efficiency of it. So this would alleviate that.
Okay.
The alternative is they pull up and honk their horn for curbside.
There you go. Bring back the
Popular
roller
idea.
skates.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't work quite that well, because we gotta do something for county court of law, okay? So that pushes the tax people out, okay? Tax assessor, collector, voting, okay? So you gotta put them somewhere. So the square footage, as Commissioner Letts says,
Right.
fits for that. Proximity is good, so it's a good move.
Yeah, another mandate kind of forces our hand.
Right.
Well, at least the last one, the PDO was mandated, funded. They're funding that one for us.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll call the question. Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Now let's move on to the technical one, which is item 1.40, to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for issuance of payment of earnest monies for properties located at 424, 550, and 600 Earl Garrett Streets. And this is the nuts and bolts that goes in to approving the orders for the auditor and the treasurer to make arrangements to issue the checks to go with the earnest money contracts to the title company.
I'll make a motion that we approve treasurer disbursement, earnest money contract, amount of $10,000 for 600 Earl Garrett, and earnest money contract amount of $25,000 for 424 and 550 Earl Garrett.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Letts, seconded by Commissioner Ballou, to fund the earnest money for the respective properties of $10,000 and $25,000 each to be deposited at the title companies. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0.
I just want to make a note, I don't know if it ever said that the county attorney has reviewed those contracts.
Yes.
We'll just know.
Is there any other
I haven't
business?
seen the backup form though,
Okay.
for what it's worth.
Any other business before the court today? Then we stand adjourned.